This is a regular meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Postponed from this evening is number 5, Robin Hill, Smoky Hill Lot Line Revision, and number 6, Smoky Hill Preliminary Subdivision. Item number 1, Anthony Ruggiero, a 90-day extension to file the Mylar.
Good evening, Attorney Chris Bristol representing the applicant. Any questions? No, it's requesting simply a 90-day extension to file the record sheet of the subdivision. The plans, actually the conservation already approved the landscaping plan. We're just finalizing the substance of the plans with the engineer, so we asked for an extra 90 days.
There was some discussion yesterday that we wanted a date. When does that 90-day expire?
November 5th?
From the first or the
First
second?
one expires,
No.
I have the first one is expiring August 7th, and the,
Well, the first one is, that was the first 90-day
The first 90
extension.
days was July 17th because it goes from the approval date of April
Right.
17th.
So then you want to go 90 days
okay,
beyond.
that's not how, okay.
I think technically it's the 15 days from the,
From the date
The
the
legal
notice
ad
of the
notice.
decision was published as required by the general status. is
so
what
there's
we
there's
have in
additional
the
time in there.
So we approved it on the 17th. The legal notice of our decision was on 4/24. 15 days from the date is not 5/9, and the effective date of, making that the effective date, 90 days becomes August 7th. And 90 days from that becomes November 5th.
Agreed.
Okay.
Okay,
Any other comments?
so that's it for my doing work tonight.
Any comments from the public? Close this item.
Thank you.
Can I have a motion?
I hereby move that the applicant receive a 90-day extension of time to meet the commission's conditions and to prepare and file the required Mylars and record information. This extension shall go to November 5th, 2018.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Item number 2, Lot 2A, Lot 2B. That's too easy.
Not to be. I know. It was on the tip of your
What was I going to
tongue.
do with that one?
You couldn't resist, could you?
Hamilton Avenue.
Evening, Chairman, members of the Commission. This is an application that was made under Section 8-30G, the Connecticut General Statutes, for what's referred to there as a set-aside development to allow the development of 10 one-bedroom units, which would qualify as affordable housing under that statute. The matter was before you on 2 prior occasions. On February 22nd, you made a determination that consolidating the 2 lots that comprise the project area did not constitute a subdivision or re-subdivision. And on April the 17th, by a vote of 3 in favor, 2 opposed, you determined to not approve the set-aside development. And we're before you tonight with a modification as specifically allowed by subsection H of Section 8-30G, which allows, following a decision by a Planning and Zoning Commission to reject an affordable housing application, allows an applicant within the time for filing an appeal to submit a proposed modification to the proposal. At the hearing on this on April the 17th, I heard the comments of the Commission. Several Commission members specifically noted the issue of access for emergency vehicles, and in an effort to address that, the applicant has gone back and negotiated with the Town Law Department and the Commissioner of Public Works a license agreement over the critical apron area in front of the driveway, and I've shown it in yellow on this plan. The plan is a duplicate of the plan that is attached to the license agreement, which has been filed with you. And to show that pictorially, this is a photograph of the area, and to the left, the triangular area next to the fence, which is installed at the Hamilton Avenue School, is the license area. And the reason that this is of importance is found in other material which we filed with you as part of the modification application, namely turning radius drawings based upon turning radius dimension plans provided to the applicant's traffic engineer by the Greenwich Fire Department. In addition to these changes, we've also negotiated with the town a note that will appear and does appear on that plan, indicating that any pre-existing use that's been made of the so-called parcel 2C, which is the parcel immediately to the north on which the two-door restaurant sits, has been used for a sufficient time to constitute a prescriptive easement, and that note appears in the upper left-hand corner. At the end of the notes in the staff report, both at this hearing and at the prior hearing, there were a number of comments with which staff made about the application, one having to do with some changes that she asked for in the affordability plan, which was filed. Those have been made and submitted. You may have those. We have comments from the Sewer Department and from the Department of Public Works, all of which are acceptable to the applicant. And that constitutes the application for the modification.
Mr. Chair, if I could just add a few things, which is that in your package tonight, you receive comments from Chief Szynski, the fire chief, noting that the documentation is provided, including the notes on the prescriptive easement, satisfy the concerns of the fire department access and operation. Also, as an email from Laura Watson from the Department of Housing. This has to do with the two areas still of concern to staff, Mr. Cohen, on the affordability plan, which were that we prefer the lottery, as does the Department of Housing, as opposed to a first come, first serve. First come, first serve is permitted, but with all of our other units, we do the lottery. And second of all, we're not aware of any other 830G housing development that charges an application fee. Again, not illegal, but something that we don't usually do. So that was noted in the comments too.
Let me just point out that the applicant has reviewed the affordability plan with the State Housing Department, but I'd be more than glad to work these issues out with you.
Oh, so one other last point that I just remembered. There's a couple of references in the affordability plan to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and the commission may want it to refer to the Planning and Zoning Office as opposed to the commission, which implies coming back to the board.
That's acceptable.
The other thing that we wanted to ask you was that if anything ever happened to that agreement with the license, that you would come, the applicant would return.
Yes.
I mean, it's no skin off your back, you'd have to anyway. Okay, so references to, anything else?
Any other comments from the commission? Any comments from the public?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Albert Straza. I represent the owners of the Two Door Restaurant. We were here last time. We spoke our piece. However, I've got a few issues based on Mr. Cohen's revised and amended plan. We've established a prescriptive easement a long time ago. That's fantastic, but my cousins have been using that spot for about 60 years now, so that's not an issue. And a license agreement is revocable at any time. I don't understand. It's not a fee use or fee interest. And certainly if the town's willing to give them a license agreement for that small apron, why wouldn't they give them an entire access way that conforms to all of our requirements? As you know, in order to appeal a Section 8.3 or 30G application, you must show that the decision was necessary to protect the substantial public interests in health, safety, and other matters the Commission may legally consider, and that these interests clearly outweigh the need for affordable housing, which can be not be protected by making reasonable changes to this proposed development. Now, he's made some changes, and it kind of sounds to me the chatter that it's already been approved, but I'd still like to say our piece. The prior commission's denial was based on safety, and I commend you for that. The applicant was, he couldn't show that emergency vehicle could actually have adequate access and do its job. And I think the amended application also fails to do this under the best conditions. It only allows the vehicle to actually turn into the driveway. It doesn't actually allow the vehicle to do its job. It also fails to address any sidewalk areas for pedestrian access for Hamilton Avenue to the proposed buildings. Safe passage for pedestrians, sometimes school children, actually across the access way. Fails to address any secondary access in the case that the main and only access is compromised or blocked. Fails to address the ability for multiple emergency vehicles to gain ingress and egress, even in the best case scenarios. Fails to address adequate sight lines for ingress and egress for the proposed use. Also fails to identify any fire lanes where parking is actually restricted, so we don't have an issue. Actually fails to address any simple things like deliveries or garbage removal and the general, just the public use or the actual use of the property. Also, please note that the nearest fire hydrant is across the street. I think it's at the corner of U Street and Hamilton Avenue. That's approximately 200 feet away. And then you add 250 feet to the nearest building. That's a considerable long amount of space. Plus, you have to close down Hamilton Avenue in case of a catastrophic event. I think that the Commission knows it has a fiduciary obligation to protect the welfare interests of the community, its longtime residents, and its small business owners. That supersedes its obligations in any statewide promulgated housing initiative. The likely effect of approving this application tonight would not only create the safety issues noted, it would also be a considerable interruption of business for my client's establishment during the construction. They have to demo the existing structures, excavate for new foundations. They have to get cement trucks in there to pour the new foundations, deliver building materials, parking for construction crews, etc. Temporary construction crew business is hardly a replacement for loss of longtime restaurant patrons. If you grant this application, I believe you're making a grave error in judgment and breaching your fiduciary duty to the community which you have voluntarily undertook. Due to the simple fact that you're not only varying zoning regulations, but you're varying safety requirements in an effort to gain 3 extra beds in an area of high density, high traffic with narrow streetways and sight lines, minimal parking, school traffic, children, and businesses. Section 830G gives you clear language and the perfect opportunity to protect the public interests in health, safety, and other matters that you may consider. The applicant has had numerous opportunities in other locations to implement the benefits of Section 830G, and there are alternate development opportunities for this property as well. This is not the only option. It seems to me that this is less of an application based on public interest than it is on maximizing profits. So for these reasons and more, we respectfully request that you deny application. Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else in the public? Would you like to comment?
Briefly, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Strauss has said that the license agreement is revocable at any time by the town. That's not right. There's a specific provision which the town requested and we agreed to, that only if it becomes necessary for the town to use the encroaching area for town purposes, which may arise in the future, the town may terminate upon 60 days' notice. Now, it's true, and Mr. Strauss is absolutely right. There is no real estate right other than the right to use. But I give you that the fence that's there now has been there 25 or 30 years. It replaced a cyclone fence that was there since time memorial. Cutting off that same area in the 50 or whatever it is years, the town had no use for that little corner. It still has no use except to facilitate ingress and egress for the two-door business and for my client. So in terms of revocability, it is highly unlikely. And as Mrs. Albin pointed out, if that unlikely event were to have happened and we have not been able to work something out on the other side of the driveway with Mr. Strauss's clients, which we hope still to be able to do, we certainly would come back with an alternate approach for you. In terms of affordability in the town of Greenwich, it's not getting better, it's getting worse, as you know yourselves from the statistics. There are fewer percentage-wise affordable units in town. Hopefully the Housing Authority will be able to add a good number. Other folks have, but I think small developments like this is a good way to go. And then in terms of the various comments about how accessible it is for fire vehicles, we've tried to establish the accessibility through our traffic engineer, but most important, you've heard from the fire department. Thank you.
If I may, sorry to waste your time. My esteemed colleague, Mr. Cohen, mentioned that fence was an old cyclone fence. In actuality, it was donated by Mr. Anselmo as part of a larger donation to Hamilton Avenue. My dad went to Hamilton Avenue. It was actually a very generous gift, and this has been removed now with this license. Mr. Anselmo has since passed. I'm friends with his son, and I certainly don't think that would be, thought very highly of in terms of the generosity that the Anselmo family gave us.
I think the photograph shows that it's already been removed.
Yeah, I know. Who gave them that authority?
I don't know.
Honestly. It's
Certainly not this applicant,
Yeah,
so.
okay. I'll let that
Mr.
stand.
Strauss, you mentioned in the beginning of your comments that your cousin had an easement over. Were you just being facetious?
I am
Sorry.
facetious most days, but I'm not. But in order to establish prescriptive easement, we just have to establish the use for long enough. And we've more than done that so far. We has an as of right, I mean, not as of right, we'd have to have a court decide it, but just the fact that the law department, bless it, doesn't really mean a lot.
Right.
We've already established our rights. I've talked to Mr. Cohen about this a little bit, but.
So your cousin is your client? Sorry, I'm just trying to
Yeah,
understand.
first cousins with Rowena's.
Okay, sorry, just trying to
Yep.
understand who you were referring to.
Chickahominy strong.
Yeah.
Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think we'll close this item. Any problems? Take a motion.
I hereby move approval of this application. In so doing, the commission notes that subsequent to the failure to carry of this application in April, the applicant has obtained a license agreement dated June 13th, permitting the applicant's continued use of the encroachment over town land to complete the driveway apron. That this agreement can be terminated at any time by the town in the event that it becomes necessary for the town to use the encroachment, and that if this should occur, the applicant will return to the Planning and Zoning Commission for another review. The applicant has also noted on their map that they have a further encroachment to give complete access to the lot on an adjacent property. And finally, that the fire department has provided today its favorable review of the ability to access this property adequately in an emergency. The Department of Public Works Engineering is okay with this, dated 6/28. DPW Traffic agrees on the 2nd of July. Sewer had no further comments to be addressed during P&Z review as of April 16th. The commission also has requested that the applicant not charge an application fee to possible residents, and that the applicant utilize a lottery system to allocate the units. Finally, any references in the affordability agreement to the Planning and Zoning Commission should be revised to the Planning and Zoning Department of the town. And any other,
Sorry, was that requested or requirement? What you said, just checking.
I said requested, but I really meant required. So if we can require it, I would be very glad to do that because I think it provides more fairness. What do you guys think
About what?
about the lottery system?
I think the applicant said they would work with P and Z staff to resolve it, and
So
I'm
can we
content with
require
that.
it? Would you require it or are you requesting it?
We are requesting it.
Requiring the applicant to work it out with the P and Z staff. Either way is,
Okay,
I
all
don't
right,
think is a commission thing.
So
it is.
now, the ARC comment about posts on the porch should be spaced equally around the door. Did you want that?
Well, yeah,
We addressed that the last time.
You did, but that's why I just want to go over those again.
all of the conditions I think that were previous
that we
would
made
apply to this.
in the
Okay.
previous motion would apply, and this is only the amendment to the previous condition.
Okay.
If that would.
So that would be the
Should have
photometric
said that,
plan,
I'm sorry.
the noise specifications, the
Yes.
Aquarian letter, the landscaping
Yeah,
plan.
Yep.
And then the construction phasing plan should work with the neighboring restaurant, okay, and all the rest of the ones
Yeah,
there.
all
All
the
right,
previous conditions, sorry, I meant to say that.
thank you.
And that's it.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Item number 3, Chestnut Realty. Okay. All right. Sorry. Mr. Levy is not seated on this. Ms. Goss, here seated? Thanks.
Mr. Maitland, members of the commission, John Tessie, representing the applicants. We were before you, as I'm sure you all remember, or most of you remember who were here,
No, we don't remember.
on June 26th, where we made a full presentation of our application, and we engaged in a fair amount of discussion with commission members. There were a few questions that, if I understood them correctly, I tried to answer in a July 3rd letter to the commission, to actually Mr. LaRoe, concerning expectations regarding utilization of flatbeds to bring vehicles to clients, as noted in the letter, and basically on a given day what could be expected. And as the letter indicated, our client who's here, Mr. Klein, was here. Where'd he go? Back there. Switched on me. Spent time speaking to the operators of a bit larger facility, similar facility operated in Bedford Hills that's been operating a while.
That
And-
occasioned a question yesterday. Does this applicant have any current operating facilities?
No,
This will be the first.
this would be the first. It's patterned after a type of facility of which, again, collector's car storage is one, and that you see prevalent in more affluent areas. Again, as I stated earlier, at the earlier hearing, I'm pretty familiar with that type of clientele and what they do with their cars, having represented Miller Motor Cars for over 35 years. And I've also spoken to other clients throughout the years about this type of facility. Many people have been looking for this type of facility. It's almost like people who are looking for assisted living facility locations in Greenwich. What's the old Willie Sutton phrase? You go where the money is, I guess. But the bottom line is this type of facility is well known in the industry. They're generally facilities that do not get a lot of traffic. They just don't. Vast majority of the people who store there have more than one vehicle, as was already reported to you. And it was interesting what Bedford said, because that was more closely aligned with what I would think. You get minimal traffic, really, even during the busiest of seasons. And that's just the nature of that type of facility. It's about as benign a storage facility as you're going to have. When it comes to comparisons to a more commercial type of facility where you could have, obviously, tractor trailers going in and out itinerantly or more frequently when it comes to storage, always depending on activity, on the activity itself.
In your July 3rd letter,
Yes.
you wrote, describing the, I guess, the operation, he was advised that
Yes.
less than 1% of the vehicles are delivered to customers by flatbed truck overall.
Right.
I'm not sure what that means.
Well, basically, what they were saying is in terms of customers' access to their vehicles,
Right.
which I thought was the question, it's my phrasing, which I thought was the question that Mr. Macri was asking. They indicate that it's very rare for us to flatbed the truck to the client. The client comes to the facility or sends someone to the facility to pick it up, which would make sense, because a lot of these cars, just by their very nature, are stored there. And if people want to drive them, they're going to come drive them and not put it on a flatbed. They don't like them to be touched much, actually. Those really collectible, expensive cars. So we were just trying, again, to just give you the numbers, the statistics, the percentages that were imported, and they really make sense. Again, if you know the business, know the industry.
It does raise a question in my mind, and that is, in the stipulated agreement, which is, of course, binding,
Yes,
there will be no more than 50 cars
Right.
leaving the property per day.
right. That was on average throughout the entire year, no more than
But if-
65 in
if
one
the way
day.
it happens, based on what you just said, the client would come in and park a car and then take out his...
No, they don't generally park a car.
Well, how do they arrive? Someone
As I
brings
said,
them?
they send someone to pick it up, usually two cars. They either come with another car. They don't leave cars there. I mean, if someone were to leave a car, you could obviously put it inside the facility too and come pick it up. But that's not what they generally do. But if you're worried about somehow it's going to be overloaded, none of these facilities would report that. But if in fact someone drove and that became prevalent, which I can't see it, they obviously can just substitute the space. But I don't see that as being.
It'd be hard to do if the space is on the top of a rack, which...
No, I'm just saying, if that were to happen, but I don't see it happening. You're going to see a very low volume there. I'm totally convinced of it based on everything I've seen. Those numbers are, in Mr. Klein and I talked about it, these numbers are fail-safe numbers. They're given under some general statistics by the engineer, making certain assumptions in worst case because you don't really have a great model for this. The great models really are the facilities. So what we wanted to do when working with the Board of Appeals is to come up with a number that we'll never achieve so that there's never an issue that we're in violation. And it was a number consistent with the expectations of a traffic report, but they're not consistent with what you really see in the industry as exemplified by this storage facility.
I believe at the last time you testified that since there will be no servicing of the automobiles within this facility,
Right.
they will be taken away. What, on average, does that happen, one flatbed a day, taking the cars out, or
To be
a couple,
serviced?
or to be serviced, yes?
A lot of those cars are collectible. They're not. They're not serviced on a. They're not serviced on, this type of regular basis if someone takes the car, probably half the time when they take the car, maybe to take it to service, but,
I think you have to change the oil once a year. while
well,
it's
no, you
sitting
do
there.
something. I'm just going to say, that's why I'm not going to say no, but I don't see it as a meaningful number, even if you said one a day. Even if you said two a day, which I don't think would be the
No, but they
case.
would have to be done with flatbeds, right?
No,
No?
some are drivable and some aren't. I mean, when you get to the point of storage, and a lot of people that store actually probably have other facilities. I mean, some of these people have large collections. So it's literally all over the place in terms of individuals. But for the most part, what we're talking about are cars that are going to be there and rarely driven. And rarely meaning in terms of traffic generation, it's beyond de minimis. I mean, you've seen the traffic report, and you could look at even your busiest, I mean, in terms of your peak hour, you're talking about a road such as Byram Road. I think on the peak hour, there's something like 1,000 cars. If this contributed 5 during the peak hour, it would be a lot.
As you know, we have a memorandum from Beta,
Yes.
as our traffic engineer, and they conclude, or one of the sentences is, the traffic impact on these potential trips would be minimal.
Right, yeah, and that's an overstatement, in my view. I mean, not that you give a lot of credibility to what I tell you, but personally,
Okay.
it will be minimal, sir, yes. I think there was another question yesterday, or some discussion on the issue of occupancy of the reception or the lounge area. I think last meeting, I think the commission members were going back and forth. We all kind of agreed on that there was 12, and I think
12 guests.
Ms. Alvin?
We agreed on.
Yeah, if you're comfortable with that, it's fine, but we can also, because we talked about it and get more comfortable with it. It'll make you feel more comfortable that it's a total of 12 members and/or guests. It's perfectly fine, because we see the people that are coming in are really going to pick up their vehicles and leave. And we're really talking about occasion when someone wants to show off a little bit. So if you're more comfortable having it a cap spread among people who are members and/or guests, that we're perfectly fine with that.
I think we were, but we'll talk about that. But anyway, I would think that if we do decide that, it should be incorporated into your agreement that you're having somebody, your client, sign. The agreement is in the information you sent us.
Talking about the agreement with the Board of Appeals?
No, well, I don't know.
Which agreement are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about in terms of rules and regulations with
That's it. Yeah.
that we'll have a set of standards? We can attach that as an addendum.
I can't seem to find it right now.
No, you mean the storage agreement?
Yes, thank you. The vehicle storage
You'd like
agreement.
us to agree to incorporate the stipulations, or what do we call them, the modifications,
Correct.
as an adjunct or an attachment?
Part of it,
Yeah.
yes.
Or sometimes you have rules and regulations, but we'll agree to that as additional condition.
Thank you.
We have no problem. As I said, the whole point was to make sure we stayed into compliance and that we met whatever parameters we discussed, that we felt very comfortable with them.
I kind of interrupted your presentation, I think. Or were you finished?
No, it morphed into the points that I wanted to really go over, and didn't think I had to repeat myself. We had left off on that, just more information for you. As I said, I was able to garner that, or Mr. Klein has been able to get that. And we talked a little bit more about the conditions that were discussed, and that's why we're comfortable enough with making it an overall occupancy condition. There was a question raised. I'm sorry, I know it's a habit. There was a question, may have been raised at last meeting, and also may have come up during your discussion yesterday, as whether the Board of Appeals was aware of the detailing and the washing of cars. And Of course, it was on the plan, not this plan. Two things, make it clear. It was always shown on the plans, when the Board of Appeals, it was actually in the informational material to the Board of Appeals, and I actually have excerpt from the transcript. I don't know whether you have a copy of the transcript of the Board of Appeals
I
or
don't
not.
have a copy of the transcript, but the copy of my copy of the plan that you just put up there doesn't reference that piece of text that I see that you're looking at.
I'm not sure why, I'm not sure.
What does it say?
Car detail prep area. It's also an area so, let's see what you have. We discussed it at the last meeting.
Like I say, right now, what I have is it's called temporary floor valet parking. And it shows nothing regarding that at all. So
This here area, it's been on the plans. And we discussed it last meeting. I had the same one up. So,
can you see what I'm talking about?
well, this is what we had up and what we talked about last meeting.
Well, since it's not what we had, it's confusing. The area you're pointing to is right here.
It's right in here. All right, let me try to get this clarified. I know you saw this.
Mr. Chair, which sheet of the plans was that?
I gave my.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's 100.
Trying to look at the dates here. This is 3/15/18. The date it is one here. 3, 4. No, that's the next page. Oh, that's the old plan. Okay. So we're going with the 3/15 plan. Yeah. Well, in actuality, so let me see here. This plan did. Yes, no, it's in there, and it's discussed. I think, I'm not sure how you have, that is that's an earlier plan, 11, I think it's dated
11/22/17.
11/22/17. It actually has a larger lounge area than this lounge area here. We have 780, where's that plan, Sam? So, I guess when it happens when you resubmit, so, let's see this one. No, it's the same 780,
I was
okay.
going to say, it's the same.
Same size, little different configuration, right.
Does that one have a fireplace?
Mr. Chair, your microphone, please.
I know.
That's the fireplace there. It has that little fireplace also.
It does have a fireplace.
That's the fireplace, right? A little circle.
Mr. Tissy,
No, that's not a circle. To me, that's a column.
oh,
Is that
see
what
the
you're-
drawing on that you have on that?
Is that drawing the same one that you have, Mr. Maitland?
No, it's not the same one, because there's a note on that drawing that
Got it,
that
right.
I don't have. And my drawing is received by Planning and Zoning on June 4th, 2018, so that's after the hearing, that's after. Everything was-
It's a reconfigured lounge area. The board, well, as you said, the Board of Appeals took that into account regarding the prep area discussed during the hearing.
Well, I know it's in the stipulation, it's in the agreement.
It was also discussed, and I had the excerpt pages. I'm not entirely sure why that earlier version. I'm not entirely sure why the earlier version did not show it here. Because
What's the date of that plan?
this one's dated March 15th.
Which is the one you want to be the official plan?
Well, to the extent that we're showing where the detail area is, because the idea was that you come up and you come out here. And just so, since we're talking about the detail area, and this, I believe, is also the plan that the Board of Appeals saw with the lounge area configuration being what it is, and with the area there, which is detailing is basically cleaning the cars and washing the cars. I mean, that's basically it.
No, but in trying to look at it and so forth, I mean, on an architectural plan, I couldn't find any indication of a floor drain. How do you wash a car and not have a floor drain?
Now, that is a very good question.
This is what we submitted, right? Right, that's what I'm saying.
I don't know how the printing came out.
You're putting a floor drain in there. Right, yeah. And you've had discussions with Rich about it, haven't you?
It was talking
Yeah.
about the sewer lines, about the drain.
I don't know what happened, but I think if you look at the 1117, if you look at 1117, that's funny. 11 by 17 submissions, when we did the reductions,
They haven't seen it.
it's on there.
What's that date then?
This is the March 15th. I know we submitted it, so if you look at the reductions, I don't know if you have the file here.
So what did the June, right, so what did the June?
The November, he's just talking about the stamp-in date of the plan that he
The
has.
stamp-in date is dated on the bottom.
Right, June 5th. He's talking about the
Oh, so
stamp.
it's still
November
March.
22nd, 2017.
Yes. All I'm saying is the 1117 plans did show this. I don't know why that larger plan you have doesn't show it, and it's an earlier plan.
So just for the record, the March 15th plan is the plan you're,
That was
is the record plan?
that was the official plan that we presented to the Board of Appeals, and the only difference.
The plan that I have in front of me,
Yeah.
okay, it's stamp dated at the in the office, June 4th, 2018.
Yeah,
Right.
what I've-
It's dated 11/22/17.
17.
Correct.
And does not show any detailing area.
That is correct.
So to me, I'm looking at the official submitted plan that I'm to review. So there is a change to the plan then, showing a detail area.
We're just showing the detail area, we're just calling it out. It's the same area. We're just calling it out. But if Pat can check the 11 by 17s that we submitted,
But why would you submit to us on the 4th
I
of
can't-
June
I can't,
a drawing which is not applicable to this project?
it's fully applicable to
not.
this project, except
Well,
one
there's a big
calls out the
exception.
detail area, the other doesn't. Insofar as the detailing itself is concerned, that was always going to be the location, and it just wasn't called out on that earlier plan. It was added.
How were we to divine that?
Well,
It's not shown on the plans. How are we to divine that as your area that you're going to use for car detailing?
we could submit this plan, which happens many times. And you can make it a condition that we finalize that the final plan itself, because you may want some notes on it, consists of your modifications if you approve this application, are on it. I mean, you really want to postpone this and have us come back to show you the same plan?
Mr. Chair,
Do-
sorry, I apologize.
No, I was just going to ask, do we have any way of knowing what the plan was that ZBA used?
At this point in time, we'd have to go to the ZBA office and see what was in the record there. The reductions and the large set of plans that are in the
Well,
file
same.
are the same as what you have in front of you, Mr. Chair, not what's on the board here.
So that's very, all right.
Okay.
Let me look on this quickly while you're still talking. I'm
Go
going to
ahead.
look on the digital system and see what they have on, see if they have anything in there.
My instinct is they probably have a drawing that looks like the one that Mr. Tessie is showing us, because in there, in the stipulation agreement, it refers to detailing being a permitted use in this.
I think unfortunately what happened is we turned around this application very quickly, and what must have happened is your original plans in the first submission,
I can look it up.
I understand that, I'm explaining to you what happened, is that in the rush when we received from the architect the revised plans, the plans to submit, they sent us the November 2017 plans. And the plans that we were working on,
Always blame the architect.
no, I'm not blaming the architect. What I'm pointing out to you is that you're absolutely correct, that that's what we submitted. I'm just speculating as to how it happened, that they sent us the older plans and not the March plans. They sent us the November plans, not the updated plans that were used for the Board of Appeals. All I'm
Because
saying.
the application that was heard at ZBA was April 16th, is that correct?
It was in April.
I'm just reading from the stipulation
Yes,
settlement. so-
April 16th. That was a decision letter. So the meeting was probably the prior week,
Of the ZBA meeting?
the ZBA meeting.
Hold on, I've got the,
Yeah, it's,
got the stuff here.
It was the March 21st, that was a public notice,
No, it wouldn't have been more.
yeah. Does the decision note the plan date in it?
No, it doesn't. Not that I can find.
Court decision?
No, the stipulation does, that's the first thing I was looking
Oh,
for, is
sorry.
actually what the plan was, because that would govern the whole thing.
The agreement was for storage and detailing as noted in the decision. So
That's noted in the
it was noted in the
settlement.
decision. We have the transcript where the detailing was specifically
The
discussed.
decision was the 16th of April.
Correct.
Actually, 14th,
No.
22nd,
Oh, the
there's all
decision
kinds of
letter.
dates.
The decision letter was dated the 16th. The hearing was
Of April,
before then.
sorry.
Well, it says that the public hearing was held on April 16th, but I think that's actually incorrect in your appeal.
I can,
Well-
The ZBA hearing where this was originally denied was at April 4th.
yeah,
Yeah,
that makes
and
more sense.
The date in the stipulation is incorrect, Mr. Tessie. When you filed the papers, you said, whereas whereas a public hearing was held by the defendant on the application on April 16th, so your date is incorrect. The stip does not say anything about detailing.
It does.
Oh, yes, it does.
Where?
Page 100 of our agenda.
You read
Okay,
it
what I'm
right here.
looking at
The fourth whereas.
Yeah, I know, but you have to look, whereas the parties hereto desire to settle this matter, here are the conditions of the stip. The parties therefore agree as follows, and the only thing that's mentioned in the 7-point agreement is the number of stored cars will be limited to 296.
Yep.
When the applicant describes in their appeal the item, they mention the detailing, but that's not what the stip itself contains as conditions.
It wasn't a condition. It was a fact.
It says, therefore, the parties stipulate and agree as follows, and it only has the stored number of cars.
Special exception is granted. I'm not sure what you're getting at, but
I'm
the
getting
whereas
at,
clause.
There's no detailing in this agreement.
That's absolutely false. It's specifically mentioned in a whereas clause. So I'm not sure where you're going with that.
Whereas at the public hearing in which the application was denied, blah, 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 but once they agreed, the parties don't have anything in the stipulation agreement about
The
detailing.
special exception is hereby granted pursuant to the terms and conditions hereof.
Special exception was strictly for storage of vehicles.
No, it was not. It was for a specific purpose. And look, I don't know where you're going with this. First of all, people have a
going
right to
anywhere.
wash, excuse me.
I'm not
You have
going
people
anywhere.
have the right to wash cars. They have a right to clean cars. It's interesting, in those type of facilities, I mean, storage, even car dealerships. Lexus, our old friends, on Old Track Road, has a detailing and car wash on it. There's no special,
Yes, we did.
there's nothing special, a special category, because
When we approved it,
yes,
the Lexus one,
right,
we mentioned the detailing.
correct. And
We approved it with the detailing. We did that. They
Correct.
approved the dealership, and then we asked about the detailing
This-
in the application, and we approved it with the detailing, and we put it in our conditions, as I
The-
recall that application.
that application, they've been there a long time.
No,
point I'm trying to
they
make-
revised that application.
No, they did recently revise it. That
Right,
is
and
true.
when we did it, which was not that long ago, we mentioned the detailing. I remember that.
It
We
was already,
mentioned-
the facility's been already, it's been there.
Okay, I'll give you.
But I'm not sure what we're arguing about.
The dealership that used to be Infinity and is now used.
No,
as-
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
just giving you another
Old Track
example of where
Road.
we talked about detailing. We talked about it at that. We
That was a
very
car
specific-
dealership. This is a storage area. I'm trying to understand
I'm
what,
just helping these guys out because they're asking you about detailing. You've got.
If I may?
Yeah.
Ms. Howell?
let me make this,
Mr. Tessie,
yes.
the special exception application that was given or applied to for ZBA, did that state on the special exception application detailing? Do we have a copy of that?
As a matter of fact, I do.
Because the public notice references warehouse and motor vehicle storage, doesn't reference the detailing.
I think we need to, frankly, I'm only on this because you guys were asking about the detailing, but given the fact that it's not in the STIP, in the actual terms of the STIP, I'm thinking I would like Wetmore to answer this question for us.
It's a whereas, it's a whereas.
It is
that's
in-
on the stipulation, but it says, now therefore the parties stipulate and agree as follows, but the detailing is not listed in that part of the stipulation.
Exactly.
It's only as a whereas. I think the
No,
thing that would solve the question.
No, the stipulation specifically approves a special exception.
And my question
In the special
was,
exception application stated, the facility will provide storage for up to 296 motor vehicles, will contain an office, a reception area, and a car preparation area, which is basically the detailing. If you want to call it a car prep area, we'll call it a car prep area. It's right in the application, it's in the cover letter to the board. It's discussed during, and I have the transcript, I'm trying to look at, I had a bunch of extra pages here. And it's discussed during the board, during the presentation before the board.
It is, but you didn't put it in the STIP.
Oh, my goodness gracious. It's part of the application. It's in the stipulation as a whereas clause. The application was approved, and they provided conditions. Conditions are conditions that limit that limit the application. They don't enhance the application. The application provided for what it was all about, and then there were limitations stipulated to with respect to certain aspects.
okay, so we have, the application says car prep area. The stipulation represents, references the special exception as being granted. That's the application. So there's a car preparation area that's supposed to be on a plan, which we do not have. I think that's where we're having a problem, is that we have a plan in front of us. We're confused as to,
And we're telling you, and we're showing you where it is.
I'm seeing it's there, but I don't have it in here in front of me. So I'm just saying that maybe we should get that plan in front of us.
We'll submit, well, again, if your purpose is, what happens, I don't know what the purpose is.
Just
You're
to do our
absolutely
job.
right. It's not in the
Purpose is
plans.
just
We're showing
to-
you the location where the prep area is. We have a plan showing that and representing that's where it will be. We can submit this and obviously update the plans. It happens virtually every time with you all, that that the site plan is reflective of certain conditions, and you put requirements to show in the decision any additions you want to add or that are agreed to. My
You're
point-
representing that this March 15th plan was the plan that you showed to the zoning board of appeals, and that is the plan that the stipulation.
Yes, because here's why I can tell you that. It's on page, and I'm going to submit this to each one of you right now. Okay? It's from the hearing on April 4th, in a discussion, it's actually between Mr. Rosinski and Attorney Casey O'Donnell, on your A100 plan. I know there's one labeled car detail prep area. That's this. So that's the plan that was given to the board. Is that going to be open to the public to generate additional trips, or only going to be for members who keep their cars at that location? Mr. O'Donnell, no off-site vehicles will be detailed at this site. It must be a client's car, it must be a stored client's car only. And he goes on to say they're happy to not only make that representation, but obviously have it as a condition. Didn't make it to the conditions. But it's crystal clear that they knew it, they were referring to this, and it's crystal clear we made a mistake and gave you an old plan. Those are the two crystal clear points on this application. This is, again,
The only thing that then goes from that is that the sewer department, as far as I know, always seems to comment on these areas whenever we have them in an auto dealership. And I don't see any comments
What they did was.
from them.
What they did was they asked, as I recall it, they asked for the flow data, but they agreed to it being reviewed following P and Z approval.
So there's nothing
Right.
for us on it.
That's how
Okay.
yeah, so there's nothing for us to act on. That's.
correct. And I know there were discussions actually with
Right.
Mr. Feminella on
The
the
paragraph
point.
reads, please provide write-up as discussed during prior phone conversation with the
Right.
applicant's attorney regarding the use of space, number of vehicles, and the maximum flow generated from vehicle wash, prep, et
Yes,
cetera.
exactly.
As part of the sewer permitting phase.
Exactly. So that's been discussed and noted by Mr. Feminella also.
That's his letter dated June 18th.
Actually, he's lucky. He had the prep, he had the good drawing, because he said it is important to include any flows from the proposed prep area for the cars.
You're lucky it's,
So he got the right drawings.
no, he did. As I said, it's, what can I say? We missed it when we ordered up the new set to quickly file the application, and the architect sent us the old set, and that's what happened. And we didn't notice that difference in the rush to get the application in for the client.
What is it? Oh,
That's-
that's,
that's- I
just
already-
give it to Katie.
I already gave it to Katie.
Oh.
I don't know if anyone else wants to
There's
say
one? No. Just to be clear, is there a date on, what is the revised date on that drawing?
March
15th.
15th, 2018.
Okay. There were a number of other issues that we talked to you about the last time, about no vehicles larger than an SU-30 and all of that. Are all of those,
I
They're
thought that,
listed.
I thought Mr. LaRoe did an excellent job of listing those conditions that we agreed to.
Okay.
We've gone over them,
all right.
and we're perfectly comfortable with them. I think the only one, ironically, that is not here was the limitation, right, on the number of occupants of our lounge area.
Well, you remembered what we remembered, so.
Right, right. As I said, we're happy either way, with a broader limitation, not a narrow limitation. Because again, we're not going to see the activity there.
Any other comments from the commission?
Mr. Tessie, just to make sure, the applicant does not own the flatbeds. They will be hired by the clients to bring their cars if they need be back and forth.
Yeah, I think we discussed that last time. We're not going to own flatbeds, so if and when on those rare occasions that happens, there would have to be right,
Must decide by 7.
other arrangements made.
Extension available. Oh, sorry, I'm in the wrong one. Okay, so we could just leave it open.
I mean, I don't know if whether you want to add that as a condition, but that we won't be storing. You may want to add it, which is we're comfortable enough that we won't be storing flatbed trucks on the premises.
I'll write it down.
So that we make sure that those parking areas are freed up, are kept free.
Any comments from the public?
We do have a lot of emails and letters we've received that are part of the record, right, Mrs. DeLuca?
Yes, that's right. Everyone who has emailed me, if you received a note back stating that I received your email, then it's part of the record and the commission's seen it.
Hi, I'm Lucy Von Brockel. I live on 17 High Street near this facility. I just wanted, in terms of the detailing issue, my understanding is that because auto detailing is a separate use under Use Group 5, that it should have been requested as a separate special exception. But in the application letter that I'm reading, it's not mentioned anywhere but in the business concept. It's not mentioned in the section where they analyze the special exception or the required approvals or anything like that.
Excuse me, are you referring to the Zoning Board of Appeals application
Yeah.
or the Planning and Zoning
The
Commission?
Zoning Board of Appeals
thank you.
application, so it would seem to me that they would need to have that special exception approved separately. I'm not an expert in this, but, and I also, I know that the Board of Appeals is binding and all of that, but I do just want to get on the record that it was never, after that approval was made and that vote was done in executive session, the stipulations were never published in the newspaper, they were never published in the minutes, they were never published on an agenda, which is what is required by law, which is concerning to me. And I also wanted to mention that, one condition that I think neighbors would be appreciative of is that, if multi-car carriers are parked on, we don't want multi-car carriers parked down the road on frontage street, and then, having the cars go the 1/10 of a mile down to the driveway. And that it would be great to have better safety signage or mirrors or something near that driveway, because it's just really bad. And this is still really concerning to all of us. And then I also just wanted to note that in addition to all of the traffic woes that we're already dealing with, that we have 2 large projects at either end of Byram Road that are coming up in the next couple of years that are rather large. And adding to those, any additional traffic in this neighborhood is a problem for all of us. 1 car, 100 cars, it kind of doesn't matter, we're already overloaded. And I really think that matters, and I really think the fact that that's been in, well documented by the town and official documents should be considered, regardless of what the applicant's consultant says or what our consultant who read the applicant's consultant said. I'm concerned that no one looked at what the reality of what is happening in our neighborhood is. So that's it. I just would like you to think about the neighbors. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'm Joan Bryce, and I live on Byram Road, my driveway is right next to the one you've been discussing. And I was wondering if any consideration was being given to the timing as to when the flatbeds could go in and out. I cannot get out of my driveway from 7 to 9 a.m. in the morning because the traffic is backed up from frontage past High Street. Then during the course of the day, when the kids get out of school, the end of the day, people going home. So I was just wondering if any consideration was be given to say, when could they go down?
We discussed that at the last meeting, and I believe that they agreed not to start until 8:30 or 9 o'clock in the morning and could go till after
Okay, I was
later
not
at
aware
night.
of the last meeting.
Well, 8:30 a.m. till 6:30 p.m. are their hours of operation.
Okay. No, I was concerned also because I don't really think there's enough room below to turn a flatbed around.
They have given us a drawing to show that an SU-30 vehicle is possible to drive into the site, turn around in the site, and then drive back out on the street, so there'd be no backing out of vehicles onto Byron.
Well, I don't know what that vehicle is, but okay.
Well, an SU-30 would be, would incorporate an...
It's
Normal.
what it means is that it's 30 feet, and that it's one truck, it's not a trailer truck,
Okay, gotcha.
single unit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Well, I do want to say the first speaker actually made a good point, because we've already agreed to that, but it's not here, that the one point she raised regarding not offloading vehicles on the street. I don't think is that right? So I don't think that's in the list. And we did agree to that. So we can certainly add that as a condition that we will, because I think I said that would be one of the stupidest things anybody would ever do. But just in case stupidity were to come out, we're okay adding that as a specific condition.
Okay. I'm reading down through these things quickly, but
it's
we
not
did talk
there.
about there's no storage for inventory in this facility.
Absolutely, we did talk about that. No, car dealership, and however you want to phrase it, but we absolutely agreed to that.
Could you address her comment about the intersection and putting a mirror up or something?
Yeah,
Would you have your
there's
site engineer look to see if we could,
If that would,
something-
if that would quote help, we have the right turn only. I thought there were decent sight lines, so I wasn't really sure that would be needed. Usually, you put up a mirror kind of like across the street, but, but look, anything that's going to make it safer for anybody, it's fine. We're looking at this application in terms of introducing vehicles in a little bit of a vacuum here, meaning that it's almost as if we're ignoring the fact that there is a storage facility now that could be active, so there's always going to be vehicles. I just really believe this type of use is about as benign, if not more benign, than any other possible use of that 25,000 square feet. And you can get some, storage facilities of that size that are very active, so I'm not going to beat that one to death, but if you want to phrase something that will take a look at that and it makes some sense.
I think we'd like to have you, at the minimum, at least have your traffic engineer produce a study showing the location of these mirrors and present it to staff.
Yeah, right, whether, with a comment whether it's going to really help. If so, we're happy to do it, as I
I
said.
thought it would help.
I'm just not sure. I'm not.
What?
I thought it could have helped when I went there that day. I thought it's something.
You think it could help? Okay.
Well, even if it couldn't help, perhaps it will help.
All right, I'm
Make people
not
happy,
exactly sure of
happier.
that. But the answer is yes, anything that could help the neighborhood feel more
Assuage
comfortable,
some of the concerns.
we're happy to work with them. We want to be there a long time and be a good neighbor.
We had talked, I know, last time about the interface between school buses and traffic in and out. So that is something, since the school bus schedule is a published thing, and they usually run pretty close, I think that if it were also known that that was either administratively within the office themselves saying, listen, we can't deliver your car during this period or something like that.
Well, the 8:30 will pretty much take care of it. In the afternoons,
Yeah.
then you have another thing that's really going to take care of most of the problem. The busiest times are really going to be, now you have some overlap
Right.
in June, but your busiest times for these facilities are the summer when the school's out. But
good.
which helps. And plus, mid-afternoon during the school days is not really going to produce much in terms of traffic. I mean, the most traffic will be on the weekends anyway. When I say the most, we're talking 4 or 5. But having said that, we're happy to do what we can just to make everybody aware of the issue, okay, of the concern.
Thank you.
So I'm not going to
Mr. Chair,
debate it.
I did want to just read into the record, if I could, an email that came in late this afternoon from the Commissioner of Public Works, Amy Siebert, regarding the sidewalk issue that was raised last time. She notes that the First Selectman's Pedestrian Safety Committee did review and identify areas that would be good target areas for sidewalks. However, it did not necessarily review how feasible it would be to actually construct sidewalks in those areas. An example is Indian Field Road has long been identified as an area where sidewalks is desirable, but it's not feasible to construct unless every homeowner along its length provide a substantial easement, which has not been proved possible and continues to be unlikely. Further, this segment of Byron Road is challenged both topographically from a right-of-way standpoint to the south, it says parentheses, examine closeness of homes to the roadway, and as the sidewalk is on the opposite side of the railroad bridge just to its northwest, placing a sidewalk at this location would create a sidewalk to nowhere, which is obviously not a recommended practice. Just note that.
Thank you.
Do we want to close this?
I would kind of like council to look at this question of whether the detailing is included or not, just to give us an assurance that it is. But I defer to the rest of you, how you guys are thinking of it.
I think we have entered into the record their drawing showing this prep area, and I think the detail area, prep area are synonymous terms for this issue, since they've also agreed that this area will not be used for anyone outside of the members or the people who store their cars here. So I think once we have that on file, and once we have its location on the file, clearly the sewer department's aware of it. So I think that just bad drawings that we got. So I think I'm prepared to vote on it tonight, but if you're still, I don't know, how about the others feel? You prepared?
I think the other thing, just to your point, that it doesn't mention the detailing in one of the 7 points. It also doesn't mention the size of the building for storage and that it's for the collective motor vehicles. It just noted that to myself. After
No, but I think the fact that since it's shown on the map, it's shown on the drawing that we went to the Board of Appeals and that was then introduced into the stipulation agreement, I feel that we just caught the short end of the stick. To say the.
Well, and I apologize.
Mr. Tessie?
Because you're right. Yes.
This is the site plan. Did you want to give me the site plan, or did you want to give the file the?
No, I want that building plan, A100. See, the wrong one again. You really don't want us to have that drawing, do you?
I go to bed with it.
All right. Well, then I think we'll close it. Anyone want to try a motion?
Yes, I would like to try a motion.
Thank you.
Motion to approve site plan, subject to the following conditions.
Start typing.
First is to comply with the stipulation dated, I think it's June 14th, 2018. It's noted that DPW approved, rendered their approval with traffic on June 20th, 2018. Wetlands had signed off on December 20th of 2017. The sewer department gave their approval in the P&Z phase, but requires confirmation on max flows prior to permit if detailing of cars on site. As part of the stipulation, storage is limited to 296 client-owned vehicles. Access shall be from Byram Road only. Right turn onto Byram Road permitted at exit. I think actually this should probably be left turn onto Byram Road shall be prohibited. No vehicles shall back out of the driveway onto Byram Road. Internal and external access to Chestnut Street will continue to be blocked. Applicant shall change address to Byram Road. Again, stipulation, no more than average of 50 cars coming in a day as computed on an annual basis. Cap of no more than 65 cars arriving or departing in a single day. Daily logs of the number of cars arriving and leaving during peak season, starting 6 months after opening, shall submit it to planning staff for review. If applicant is relying on a digital device application or pickup and drop-off, said data should be also submitted. Hours of operation from 8:30 to 6:30 p.m. weekdays, and by appointment 9 to 5 on weekends, April through October. Transporting trucks should abide by the same hours. Trucks in excess of SU-30 size shall be permitted from site. No storage of transporting trucks on site. Car carrier trucks shall be prohibited from loading and unloading from local streets. No on-site events for vehicle display. No on-site social events. Site shall be used by contractual storage users with an occasional small number of guests. Clients and guests shall be limited to more than 12 on the site at any time, and that should be indicated in the client storage agreement. No club use. No alcohol served on site. Any new or change in signage or lighting shall be reviewed by ARC. Applicant shall explore modifying driveway to impede left turn on exit. No commercial inventory storage on site. No mechanical service of vehicles on site. No vehicles other than client-stored vehicles are to be detailed on site. Applicant is to provide current plan of the interior to staff. The Grand F Architects plan dated 3/15, drawing A100.
The daily logs?
Yeah, I got that.
He said
You
that.
got that?
Applicant to explore installation of safety mirrors to enhance sightlines and present that to staff.
Mr. McRae, if I could just note on the address, that, could you modify that to submit an application to planning and zoning staff, because that actually is dependent on a couple of different things with fire
Works for
and
me, yes.
EMS and-
Applicant
okay.
shall submit an application for address on Byram Road.
And also just want to note that it's a final coastal site plan, it's procedural.
Yeah. And did you say the thing about modifying the driveway so that the left turn?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I didn't hear that one, okay.
I would want to also add to that the condition that the applicant will be aware of the school bus schedule and attempt to prohibit any delivery of vehicles during that time frame.
And then one of the previous meetings, you talked about how you were going to build out the site, remember, because that would actually require bringing in, to get the lifts in, that does actually require some bigger vehicles, so maybe submitting that plan to staff, the phasing plan for how it gets actually constructed.
Well, that's a curious thing, because will each time they decide to install these lifts, will that require them? They're probably going to get one building permit to do it and then phase it. I don't know if that's possible, but,
Yeah, we can work with the applicant on that, but
I think Okay. we
should, they did talk about getting some sort of
Yes.
policeman or something along those lines, so that it could be
well,
controlled
yeah.
when they have to bring in.
Well,
that
anyway,
equipment.
obviously, any construction of the lifts inside, yes. Yes. Anything else? Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Item number 4, Palmer Island. It's too early.
Dark chocolate over. Huh, I never noticed what it called that. What I find worse is,
Really? Announce the next one?
yeah, you did. I think you did anyway. I like getting a holiday. I'm gonna go to a wedding in September, so that's good. I'm gonna miss a meeting in September. I tried to get out going to the rehearsal dinner, but wasn't a big hit, so. Well, if you go.
Did I announce that this is item number 4?
You did.
Okay.
Yeah, I told you you did.
I know you did, but
You just didn't believe me.
it wasn't clicking. So better safe than sorry.
Good evening. Eric Brower on behalf of the applicant, here tonight as well with Chip Haslam, an attorney who is also working with us on the legal aspects of the application. We were last before you last month in June, and the matter was held open to address outstanding issues. This application was originally, or the project was originally applied for back in January. When we submitted our application, it was heard on March 6th, and we had a number of issues to resolve, so the hearing was held open. We came to the end of our decision period time, so we withdrew the application and resubmitted it. At our last meeting, I requested that due to the extensive amount of information that was presented with the original application, that the record from that first application be incorporated. It's my understanding that was agreed to by the commission at our meeting last month. Is that correct?
You'll have to ask somebody who knows.
There's actually
Katie.
there's a
I
letter,
don't-
internal staff memo in the public record acknowledging my request for that, and a request that the staff provide and incorporate that record. So we're good on that?
Then I guess, well, if it's in the record, it's in the record.
Duly incorporated.
Okay.
Okay,
There's no
terrific.
objection. Yeah.
All right, that makes things a lot simpler. So tonight, we're going to focus on fairly narrow issues. But I would like to go back to the premise where we started on this project, and what was Tim Muldoon's vision for this project, and he's the owner and applicant. He's a local resident and builder. And from the beginning, his intent, consistent with the neighbor's intent, was to keep the road intact. Our preference in our initial application, with the exception of a small pullover area, was proposing to keep the road exactly as it was. And Mr. Muldoon agrees with the neighbors in terms of trying to keep the existing character to the maximum extent possible. So that remains our goal. It was only the reaction from our application that came from initially DPW as well as Mr. Goucher at DEEP that raised issues about the substandard nature of the roadway, that there need to be improvements as to width, and both engineering division and DEEP raised the issue of whether or not the road that is currently below the flood zone, whether or not it was a safe and adequate idea to create this additional lot within the property and in the flood zone, particularly the road. The statute that they both referenced in their objection was whether or not the subdivision would be consistent with the Connecticut General Statutes, Coastal Area Management section that relates to the the commission needs to make a finding that there's consistency with respect to minimizing and managing potential adverse impacts related to development in a flood zone. So the comment initially from DPW was not, and today is not based on any comment or quote from the Engineering Division Roadway Design Manual. So there's nothing that prohibits that. And Mr. Goucher, following my April 8th letter to him, which set forth all the various ways that we intended to minimize and manage these hazards, then wrote back saying that he was accepting the plan, which included the road elevation and other improvements, with the exception that he was leaving the issue of consistency to the commission.
He does seem, though, to, in that memo, to comment about the adding of fill to the site, which I don't think, he didn't want it going into certain areas, but I sort of felt that was an overriding thing, is the addition of fill to the site.
Right. So his exact language in response to my design said, he says, yes, I strongly recommend the road be shifted.
Shifted, yes.
That no fill is placed or work conducted at or below the CJL, the Connecticut jurisdiction line.
So DPW doesn't want the road raised.
Correct.
I'm curious why the road is being raised, because you are getting in fact, the conservation comments
You're getting
too.
to you're asking me my next paragraph of the presentation. It's a good question. So the answer is, nobody asked for it to be raised, but Mr. Goucher, in his original comments, observed the road elevation with respect to the flood zone. So
He did.
when we met, so that's the extent and the only
I know.
implication you would get from that. So we were told at our March meeting that the issues were with DPW and with Mr. Goucher, and to please go away and come back when we made them satisfied. So they are essentially both satisfied, with the exception of the policy consistency issue, which they've now asked you to opine on.
I don't agree with that statement. I don't think DPW is satisfied. They like the width of the road. They don't like the elevation. They
Now,
don't want.
We'll get back to the elevation in a minute, because I think I can make you happy on that. But clearly what DPW's current memo says is that they agree, and DEP agrees, that all the issues except for the managing and minimizing these hazards have been addressed. That's not within their purview, obviously. It's not within their regulation. They're welcome to comment on
But doesn't that go on further to say that they don't approve of the subdivision?
No, they say they recommend that the subdivision not be approved. And it's within that
Same
paragraph.
thing.
But it has to
Yeah.
come from somewhere, okay? So they have an opinion. What we need to focus on, most importantly, is the next page.
The next page,
Yes, and the next page clearly says that all of the issues regarding to the subdivision can be addressed as conditions of approval.
But I think there's a paragraph above that where they do say they want the road widened but not raised.
Well, they say they're not requiring it.
Yeah.
So the short answer is, they're good with the width.
Yes, and they like the location, and the DEP
yes.
likes the location being.
Right. And we have no interest in raising the road. We did that because that was our assumption that was what Mr. Goucher was getting at. He has not articulated or required that raising. We're more than happy tonight to state for the record, we don't want to raise it. That's going to take care of 80%, I think, of Conservation Commission staff's concerns. So DPW has no objection to that, so I think that's something that we can immediately agree on. Is that-
The only other thing within that, since the road, when it gets widened, and it's only, that leaves you then 30 minus 16 is you've got 14 feet between that and the edge of the right-of-way. But within that, I know there's a line of some planting and so forth that could be, is there any way to protect that line of planting that is along, I guess I'm going to call it the southeast side?
Right.
The side that's adjacent to the open space?
Yes,
That
we
be
can-
protected and not in any way disturbed?
Well, we can, as I committed in my July 9th letter to Alex, which you have copies of, we absolutely, the final construction details, which previously included Phil, which no longer
Right,
will,
that's out.
will be undertaken in working in concert with them on the details to make sure that the minimal impact is made. What I submitted in this drawing package, just so it could be clear, and it's partially moot now because we're not going to raise the road, but the issue was raised in the memo previously from Conservation that the tidal wetland line was not shown on the section drawings, it was just the jurisdiction line. And when you look at those maps closely, which Mr. Maitland did yesterday during the briefing, my comment was that those lines, both the wetland line and the jurisdiction line, had been shown from our original submission in January and on all of the subdivision maps. What you'll notice is that the lines, both of those lines, are either coincidental or the jurisdiction line is further upland than the wetlands. So when we show in these sections where the coastal jurisdiction line is that we're not encroaching upon, the wetlands are further away. They're either the same line or further away.
It's just that no drawing was submitted that does in fact show those tidal wetlands borders.
No, actually, every one of, and these are included, the original, going back to January, the only place it's missing is in that particular section drawing that was provided by the engineer. Every one of our subdivision maps shows on the base the jurisdiction line and the flagged wetlands line. It's blown up here on these pages for you to look at. These are the submission drawings. Look at page 3.
3, okay.
You can see a dotted line for the jurisdiction line, and you can
Yes.
see the X's for the wetland flag locations.
Yes,
So,
but there's nothing to it. In other words, those are just all point
right?
for the definition of the tidal wetlands.
Yes.
I mean, clearly, it goes around a curve, so it's kind of, I mean, the mapping of it, if it was like the mapping of anything else, that would be a continuous line showing where the tidal wetlands actually occur.
Those are connected. The soil scientist whose report was submitted with the original application indicates that is a continuous flagged line. Mr. McManus has been flagging coastal and inland wetlands for 20 years or more, and his methodology is accepted. If that needs to be revisited, we can, but it's a matter of his official report. The only thing that was outstanding that had been questioned was, and if you look at the page 4, is there was an area of approximately 80 feet that coming in from the town property on that south side that was not flagged or located. So, and the same was the case for the upper left side. So Mr. McManus is on vacation, but he was nice enough through email correspondence to provide this map this afternoon. So it shows you, again, confirming that the boundary line is, again, more upland than the wetland line.
I'm not the expert in this, but Alexandra did note in her comments to us, or to you too, I think, anyway, that there was no line, the tidal wetlands line was not shown on the drawings, and she wanted it shown.
No, specifically, she's referring to this, and we'll get her a surveyed actual location of that.
I guess I read it differently.
Well, then it would be incorrect, because the maps since January have shown a continuous wetland line and the coastal jurisdiction line.
Okay.
It is missing.
No, the coastal jurisdiction line is shown. It is the wetlands line that is not shown. It is only it is shown by these dotted, by the Xed areas with the flag on it, right?
Well, and the dotted lines connecting the X's. In other words, the soil science.
Dotted lines connecting the entrance is the coastal jurisdiction line, right?
You just have to look at the legend. You can see on.
It's the wetlands line is actually a very long dash. The jurisdiction line is a dash with 2 short dashes.
On the subdivision map.
I think
Depends which.
actually, what it is that it starts kind of in the middle of, the first wetlands flag starts kind of in the middle of nowhere and kind of out towards the entrance at West End Court. Actually, I think there was a drafting area because the wetlands flag on number 4, actually, you can look at this, Mr. Brower behind you. The wetlands flag for number 4 isn't indicated, and I think that's what happens, is that it looks like it's broken. The wetlands line is broken. But I think you're correct, it works almost coincidentally with the jurisdiction line.
Correct. The missing line, if you will, was observed by Alex, was the first 80 feet, which if you look at exhibit page 4, has now been added. Wetlands flag stake A1, as Mr. Macri just noted.
Exactly.
Started 80 feet in.
Yeah.
So Mr. McManus has reconfirmed from his notes where that boundary was. But let's not get confused with the missing 80 feet versus what is shown as a continuous wetland line for all of the wetland flags. If there is a bend or if there's a deviation from the line, then another stake or flag is put in to reflect it. So they don't put in 60 flags in a row if it's all in a straight line. So any of that we will certainly, because the exhibit I gave you, even though it is from Mr. McManus, is not on his report, it's not on the survey, we'll have that added so that it's clear what we're dealing with. But as I said, if we go with no fill, the issue is considerably reduced. We're also happy to have you, the staff, and ourselves revisit the roadway width of 16 feet with Mr. Marucci and the Commissioner's office. We obviously started with less. We think with minor turnout areas, we can deal with less. We're not looking to destroy the neighborhood.
Regulation's 20 feet.
Yes, but they have multiple times in instances where there's a existing substandard condition, waived it, particularly in deference to neighbors' concerns. We did this, it's in the record, but we did this on Fort Hills Lane, on Nipawin Lane going up.
The ones that we have required it.
Pardon me?
How about the ones we have required it?
Well, it's his requirement. I mean, I suppose you could require a wider road. Mr. O'Hanlon was actually saying that we in fact should have a 20-foot road, which doesn't make any sense. We started with the 12 with a little pullover area. We're happy to do that if that's something they'll reconsider. They determine the standards.
Well, we have a regulation.
Well, that's no.
Starts at 20.
No, there's no
Yes, there
subdivision
is.
regulation
Read the last paragraph, 6-306.
that says, as per.
No, it says the road shall be 20 feet wide unless the commission says otherwise. It doesn't say about DPW, it says the commission.
Well, actually, if you're dealing with the charter provision that talks about 5 or more lots on an unimproved road, the width is within the commissioner's provision. So there's a bit of a conflict. I mean, if
You're
you,
asking for a subdivision.
yes.
But the point that Mr. Brower is raising raises another issue, which is that it does say the commissioner. It doesn't just say DPW comments. And speaking to the commissioner this evening, was not aware of this. So I think in other applications, other subdivision applications in the past, the commission has waited until the commissioner of Public Works has reviewed the private road issue per the town charter, section 164. So I would suggest that you leave this open and just get her to opine on that one issue.
I would very much agree with that.
All right, so just to put it in context, and if that's, I don't want to create an appealable defect that Mr. O'Hanlon can latch onto. I'm interested in getting a project approved reasonably. Having said that, we've worked with Scott for 4 months. He's produced 4 different emails. His email to me on 4/30, not to me, to your file on 4/30/18, commenting on which roadway widening plan he preferred, which was reviewed by both Goucher and by DPW. He says that the following comments are from the initial review of engineering division Division and the Deputy Commissioner of Public Works, and the plans that were reviewed. So that goes back to April, and if you look at his current, quote, approval, he recommends that these outstanding items would be approved, including the issue of the whether or not we need an easement over town property. It says the following comments from the Engineering Division and the Deputy Commissioner of Public Works can be addressed as a condition of approval. So if Amy didn't consciously delegate this to the deputy, hopefully she'll confirm that. But for 4 months, we've been dealing with our design professionals and DPW in good faith, assuming that was the case. But we will circle back with Amy on that. So, so there's been, so if we get past the finding of consistency, then I think we agree that engineering is satisfied. If we eliminate the fill, we'll get rid of 90% of conservation's comments. And so that really leaves us, I think, pretty close to being in agreement. So I don't know how you would like to handle, if we have to leave this open for Amy Siebert's concurrence with the deputy, that gives us a chance to speak with them, obviously, about two things. The fill, just to confirm they don't object, do not object, which I'm sure they will not object.
Well, they've already said they don't want
Right, so that's not an issue.
road, so I
We
assume
can
that's a
get
given.
Mr. Goucher to confirm that he does not object, since we've changing our representative, or you can take his advice either way. That's,
But I think his comment was that the flooded road area, according to him, is 6 feet above the ground.
right.
And the raising this road 1 foot is not going to impact the safety in any way whatsoever.
Well, actually, no, it will. Certainly not making it high and dry, but one, it's the old South End Court and Lower Palmer Island are both at elevation 8 and 10. We're the low spot. So the idea was to at least make it consistent. 8 takes you across without impacting anybody. Scott
That's
determined,
then diverting water into other areas, which is not commonly going now, isn't it?
no, that's why we limited it to 8, because Scott said anything above 8 would interfere with the drainage pattern. So 8, he's good with. So the only reason
So
where it does
less
help.
than 80 is good with, too.
Oh, absolutely. But we're not over 8 because we didn't want to disturb patterns. So that's a record. It adds time on either side of the tidal cycle, not from the 6, but certainly takes 1.5 feet off of 2.5 feet during a period. So we're seeking to minimize and manage. Clearly your discretion, we don't want to fill it. Apparently nobody wants it filled, so good. So then it comes down to is, does the commission, and are going back to DPW, want to, are you in favor of having a narrower roadway if they're willing to accept it?
I think a lot of people would be happier with the narrow roadway. They probably would like it in its current location, but I do think that, I don't know, maybe it could remain more in its current location. If it could be 12 feet, if you're not going to fill it, then everybody's pretty happy, because you're not encroaching anymore on deep areas.
Exactly.
We're not doing anything. The only thing would be then, in talking with DPW, is whether any kind of pull-off areas or widening of the road where it's sensitive and could be done would be a way to go to, provide some areas of safety, or at least, it's a long road, if you will, without an ability to pass. So, I don't know.
I also think the fire department needs to opine with Amy on this roadway design.
But that's good, but it's been 12 feet to get a truck down there anyway for a long time, so.
Yeah, but they're increasing
By one.
by one house.
But, Mr. Brower,
It can't hurt.
just wanted, are you aware of any problems, difficulties with passage along the road at all?
existing hazards.
Yeah.
No, not at all. I mean, we've submitted photographs that show it's basically a uniform, approximately 12-foot wide road that's been there for years. We had testimony from one of the neighbors saying even during Sandy, they were able to work their schedule around the tides in order to be able to have access to get out, knowing that the storm was going to come. So it has certainly been functioning for close to 100 years as is.
And the addition of one additional house does not seem like a unreasonable traffic pattern and real change in the use of the road. It would only be at one end at the beginning anyway.
Right, that the additional one house, one of the driveways is
Right.
actually closer up.
So-
No, and that's in part.
But as far as what, since you're involved in this, you may have an opinion of, do you think that the widening of the road is necessary to facilitate the extra house, given that now you have a good track record of usage of that road?
Yes, but it's a double-edged sword. The existing density or number of units, the existing house, as are others in the area, are grossly substandard with the flood zone regulations. So the status quo is a house with mechanicals below the flood zone, the first floor is below the flood zone. It's essentially not a safe house. So in the event of a flood, you have to evacuate. It's not a shelter-in-place situation. The house.
That's a known hazard, and that is well understood by anyone who's there, I would imagine.
Right, so they would prudently plan if they could. In the event that they couldn't plan an egress, they would not be able to safely shelter in place. The new homes that are proposed are going to exceed FEMA requirements for the first floor elevation. So though it's not the first choice, sheltering in place is clearly an option not only for these two residents, but as a safe haven for other homes in the neighborhood whose homes are not at an elevation. So when we talk about minimizing or managing, this one extra house actually provides two safer places and an opportunity for others. So that's, in the big picture, we think it works.
So saying all of that, I think what we're saying is that the preference would be what your initial preference was, perhaps starting with, if you don't feel that the bump outs are necessary, then it's just, I think that's something that you should start and go back with, because you have to go back with Amy anyway on this road width.
Correct.
And get that resolved.
Yep.
So I think the resolution would be the 12 feet, the existing width,
Right.
the existing location,
Mhm.
and see what, that would be I think that would probably be the best outcome. And I think, as Andy said, I think you should also confirm that this is okay with Emergency Services Fire Department.
All right, so I think that's
I
reasonable.
think that's where the start should be.
Is it possible to get DPW, the commissioner, to agree with the access? Because it seems like.
That's what I'm asking to do.
Yeah, but without our preference at all, just whatever they want, because it's their call, kind of, right?
Well, I know it is, but I think we should,
Okay.
I think
All right.
sort of the neighbors have demonstrated a preference for keeping it the way it is.
Okay.
You said originally you wanted to keep it the way it is.
Yes,
There's a certain charm to it, there's a certain whatever.
right. And I think we
That
can.
we should do is start with
Okay.
preserving that,
Yeah, and I think this.
see what the minimum is beyond that.
Yeah, I don't know how much input the neighbors had to try to convince DPW to have it not as impacting. I see tonight that it appears there's a environmental expert that the neighbors are going to have present. I would welcome that person and anyone else in the neighborhood to meet with us when we meet with DPW to make the best possible case for it. So I just throw that out there.
I let you choose your own guest list.
Thank you. I think we get the message. So that would be our intent. Obviously, there's comments that are going to be made tonight that I'd like to respond to. I know Mr. Haslam submitted a legal memo, Mr. O'Hanlon submitted one in response. I think
Right.
the law department has an opinion, I believe. Well, I don't know. I saw it, but my eyesight wasn't good enough to see. It appeared briefly at the meeting yesterday,
How about that?
and then it was, anyhow. So we knew it was being referred to him, and he has an opinion. I have no idea what his opinion is. So unless there's other questions, we can hear what they have to say. The last thing I would like to submit, I don't intend to discuss it. I don't think it's something that needs to be publicly discussed, but it's something that is in the record. It's in the letter from Mr. O'Hanlon dated July 5th that went to you, and it's on the last paragraph of page 2. I don't want to get into it other than to submit this letter to you to correct the record. It's in the record. It can't be taken out, but I want my rebuttal to that in the record. And again, I don't think it warrants a public debate.
Well, I mean, not a public debate. I'm looking for Mr. O'Hanlon's letter. What is it? What's the answer?
Well, just look, I've attached the offending page.
Oh, okay. Well, you're going to pass it out to us?
It's coming down. My letter's
Oh.
self-explanatory, and the quote that I'm concerned about is
Thank you.
attached. Okay.
Any other comments from the commission? Any public comment?
Wow, is that cool? That's the Google Earth picture? No. It is? Do you know there was a time when the commission didn't sit here with Google Earth and look at all the stuff? It's amazing what progress gives you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Ted O'Hanlon, and I represent Norma Curlin and Vera Lane, who are neighbors to the south of the proposed site. We are asking the commission to deny this subdivision. And we urge you to do so on a couple of bases. First, it's incomplete. Just right now, you've made it so that a continuing issue of fill, the width of the road, fire department input, the legal department's input on an easement, I presume. None of these issues have been resolved. And here we are in the third hearing. I don't know what the process is or what Mr. Brower has in arrangement, but, this has been a continuing moving target. And my understanding of it, in representing citizens of the town, is that it's incredibly difficult to get your arms around these issues because they're changing all the time. The idea that somehow we're sitting here trying to divine what these personal emails between Mr. Brower and DEP or DEPW mean just underscore the fact this is not a complete application. You can find out what DEPW's position was, I think as Ms. Albin suggested. But the idea that we don't know just makes it so much more difficult for citizens like Ms. Curlin and Ms. Lane to formulate a position and provide you with their views, which is their right as a citizen. So it's incomplete. The second reason it's incomplete is because the suggestion was made that everybody is fine with this except for some policy consideration. Well, that's not accurate. Everybody's not fine with it, and it's not a policy consideration that's at play. It's your own regulations and state statute regarding coastal area and coastal area management. There is no description in this record of what the coastal resource that is at stake is. There's no expert or qualified consultant to tell you what is the value of the coastal resource that's here. We've put this picture up at Ms. Curlin's suggestion and her frustration at the last meeting. And I think it's stunning because I've driven down this road and you don't get any sense of what's there when you drive down the road relative to what you can get from looking at this picture. And you see why Palmer Island is called Palmer Island. But there's nothing in this record from the applicant, and that's the party that has the duty to provide it, as to what is the coastal resource and what is the value of it, because under your regulations and by state statute, a subdivision application must be subject to a coastal site plan review. And we haven't done that. There's got to be a balancing. I think I was grateful that Conservation Commission, we've been stunned by the silence of them. The Conservation Commission's letter to you all identified this as a valuable coastal resource without more. It was a 2-paragraph letter without any description up until last week, 5 days before this hearing. Ms. Curlin wrote to the Conservation Commission on June 18th, begging them to begin their review. And I don't know whether that's what prompted the July 5th letter, but I'm glad it came in because it's begun to do what respectfully you need to do under state law and your own regulations. And if you do that, we believe you'll deny this subdivision. But there's got to be a balancing of what is the benefit of this subdivision versus the impacts of it. And there's been no testimony from any qualified consultant from the applicant on that. There's your own Plan of Conservation and Development has a list of goals talking about protecting property values when one of these houses is going to be closer to Ms. Lane's house than it is to the other house. There's your own Plan of Conservation and Development goals talk about protecting trees, protecting wildlife, protecting environmental resources. There hasn't been any qualified testimony as to what they are. That's why we're asking you to deny it as incomplete, and that's why we have asked that we have an environmental consultant to give you some idea of what we're dealing with here. But again, it's the suggestion, and I'm going to try to keep my comments addressed to legal issues, but the suggestion that somehow because this meets the bulk and area requirements of a lot, that's all that needs to be done, is ignoring the entire Section 611 and the state statute that requires you to subject a subdivision application to coastal site plan review so that you can determine this. The whole purpose of the Coastal Area Management Act is to stop the overdevelopment of the coastal area because it is so valuable, both economically but also resource-wise. And it enables you to do exactly what we're concerned about in a way that normal site plan doesn't. You can consider the impact on the neighborhood. You can consider the views, the coastal views. And these are all issues that, again, there's been this suggestion that none of that's important. And the idea that somehow, as Mr. Haslam's memo suggests, that you have some administrative capacity that just says it meets bulk and area lot requirements, therefore we have an obligation to do it, is asking you to completely nullify the Coastal Area Management Act's requirement and your own requirement in section 6-111, that you apply those factors and you do that balancing and you determine whether this should be granted. And it gives you discretion. Those are the one of the two legal points I want to leave you with. You have enormous discretion in the coastal zone that you don't have elsewhere, and we urge you to exercise it, to say this is enough. I think Mr. Macri said that at the very first time. Why don't you just leave this as a single residence lot, because that's more appropriate. That's what the neighbors want. So you do have that discretion, and none of it's been done yet. The second point is that I urge you to deny the subdivision, because you're being led down a path that can get you into more trouble in terms of the legal requirements. If you deny the subdivision, the owner still has his option as a single residence lot. You haven't taken anything away from him. If you grant the subdivision, as Mr. Brower is urging you, and apply all of Conservation Commission's concerns, all 10 of them, he says, blithely, can be applied to the applications for development of the lots. What you've done is you have created expectations, legal expectations, financial and legal expectations in each of those lots that have to be met. Whereas if you deny the application for subdivision, you haven't taken anything away from him that he has now. So again, don't be, and I urge you, again, don't like giving legal advice to zones. I'm not your lawyer. Get legal advice. But if you deny the subdivision now, that's the place to do it. And you have that discretion because, again, state statute and your regulations require you to apply coastal site plan review to planning commission subdivision applications. It's right in the statute. And if you deny that, you haven't taken anything away. If you grant the subdivision and you create 2 lots there, you create expectations in each of those lots that will have to be satisfied in some way. Or if you then decide that to apply those factors to deny development, you've created much legal problems for the town and given the owner a leg up in terms of an appeal. So I urge you to think about those factors as you review this. I'd like to introduce you to Michael Clemens.
Mr. O'Hanlon, before we move on, I have just a real quick question. What is your client's base objection to the subdivision?
Client's base objection is that that this is a very sensitive area that is already developed as much as it should be. The development should stop with these single-family lots that are there.
Okay.
They have no objection to the owner developing, and again, the issue doesn't devolve down as the argument is into the houses. It does not object to the idea that this is a single-family residence lot. It can be, and whatever it can be that meets standards can be developed there. Mm-hmm. But especially what's developing, and this is where it gets into those standards that you can apply. They're stacking 2 houses right there, side by side. It looks like Charleston, where they tax the width of the house, so the length of them is linked deeper into the lot than the width of it. And one of them, as I said, is closer to Ms. Lane's house than to the other one. There's a greater distance between the 2 structures, proposed structures, than there are between the existing, because her lot happened to be developed at the north end of it. And it would take away, again, preserving the vegetation and trees, it would take away all of that screening, not only along the road, but between the 2 lots. It's just as, you do have the discretion in a coastal zone to say, you know what, we're going to leave this alone. And I urge you to do it in the subdivision review, and your counsel, I think, will confirm that. Your exercise of your discretion is stronger at this point than it would be if you created 2 legal lots.
You're suggesting that the person who owns the property and owns that single house on the property cannot expand it?
No, I'm not suggesting they could expand it.
They could?
They could.
Could they relocate it on that property?
I'm sure they could.
They could relocate it to as close to your client's property as it currently is?
Well, we may have the same objection and be the same standards that apply, but trust, if you've got only one structure, you've got a lot more flexibility to maintain the consistency of the neighborhood character and address those coastal standards than you do with 2 lots where they're crammed in there.
Likely, given the value of the land and the FAR potential on the land, if it was a single house that was built, it would probably far exceed the character of the existing houses.
It may well, it could also be screened better. It could be sited better. There's a
Mr.
whole lot-
Maitland, actually, I just want to make sure, I was just running numbers. I guess the zoning lot area was about 63,000 square feet. And I just ran the number just off the top of my head of a .315 FAR for the zone. Gives us about a 20,000 square foot house with an FAR.
Because without the subdivision, there'd be no requirement for the open space being created.
Right.
So,
Well, and also without this, but again, they're giving you the sleeves of their vest in that open space. Most of that's not usable property anyway,
it's certainly usable for FAR.
for FAR, but not for, you can't put a house over there.
It's
and
not,
again,
it's not a lake, it's a wetlands, it's a tidal wetlands area, but that land, if there's no subdivision, then the
No, I
total.
understand that.
Yeah. Property is for FAR.
But it's still in the coastal zone, and you all still have these same factors to apply to protect it.
There are clearly a number of houses, as you know, in the town of Greenwich that are built in the coastal flood zones.
And all I'm urging you, Mr. Maitland, is talk to your council about the discretion you have consistent with the neighborhood around it to apply certain limitations to it.
Well,
We're all speculating.
You were directing us to section 6111 because it's for referring to a coastal subdivision, you said?
That's correct.
Okay.
Section
Without
6
that,
6111, but I'm also referring to state statute, which is referred to in 6111. It's 22A-105.
Yes.
And it says, specifically, even for a charter town, that the coastal area management coastal site plan shall be applied
But we
to
do it many
applications,
times.
to planning commission applications. But the entire application has not addressed any of this. And the whole suggestion tonight has been, there's only a single policy issue about whether,
I was just trying to clarify some of the statements that I thought you said regarding the no development of the piece of property. If it remains in the single ownership,
Right.
there should be no development of it. Should be stay as is. And I was getting you to,
Oh, I didn't suggest that the structure remain as is. There's a lot of options that, especially an oversized
no,
lot.
but as I said, I asked you
Yeah.
specifically, not only could it be rebuilt and added to, and you said yes. I asked, could it be relocated, and you said yes. So,
And subject to the same standards, I'm asking you to apply to this. Michael Clemens is an ecologist and PhD biologist who'd like to discuss his observations and his recent visit to this site. I'd like to hand his resume in for the record, please.
does he also have a written text of what he's going to say to us tonight, or just have to get it from? Okay. Get it from the tape.
Chairman, point of clarification. This is a subdivision application discussion. The coastal area management, individual site plans are not before us or being
No, I know
discussed
that.
tonight. So I just wanted, we got off track talking about houses in the lake in proximity to neighbors, and those are not something that needs to be addressed.
I understand that Mr. O'Hanlon brought it up. I just thought,
Trying to save time and leave for a later time.
But that's exactly the point, is don't let it go to that later time. You have an obligation to apply these standards to the subdivision. And then the discretion under these standards to say no, because it's out of character for the neighborhood, because this is, and and it's got to be consistent with the goals of your plan of conservation development. So I don't want to repeat the whole thing.
thank you.
Dr. Clemens.
Good evening, members of the commission. I did not write a formal report. I'm Michael Clemens. I did not.
Dr. Clemens, I just verified with Katie that you were who I thought you were. Welcome.
Oh.
Your credentials are excellent.
Well, thank you. It's very nice to be here in Greenwich this evening to talk to you about this application. You have my resume. Just to give you a little bit of background, as it comes to planning. I am the former chair of the City of Rye Planning Commission, just down the sound from you. And I am chair of my planning commission in the town of Salisbury, where I reside now in Connecticut. And I'm sure, as you are aware, you're at the western end of Long Island Sound. And just as when I worked in Rye for many years, you have a unique set of coastal circumstances. What happens in Rye or in Greenwich as terms in coastal management and coastal risk is quite different than New Haven or Stonington. Everything comes together at this end of the sound. And my background right now is planning. I do a lot on resiliency planning for another post that I hold with the state. And there's tremendous concern on the commission levels, local levels, that we're thinking about the future and not the present. This evening and you must forgive my voice, I'm very sorry, I have Lyme disease, and this is vocal paralysis from the type of Bell's palsy. One of the challenges that we have is to try to understand not the present, but the future. And I listened tonight to the conversation, and so many times it reminds me of my own commission. We're sitting here and we're sort of planning the details, and we're not going back and asking the fundamental question. Why are we planning these details? Have we actually achieved the policy objective of protecting the public trust in natural resources? Mr. Goucher sent a memo on the 4th of July. He asked to look at the entire ecological context. When I went to visit the site last Sunday, I was impressed with it. I saw the title, Marshes on Both Sides, the Creek. And then I asked Ms. Kurland, let's go take a look at it on Google Earth, which we did. And it's very impressive. I think this is the viewpoint that we are sharing with you tonight, that I think it's largely not been seen. You can't see it by actually going there. You have to look from above, and that's what we did, and we're presenting to you tonight. You have a convergence of threats or risks at this site. You have a tidal creek that's coming in. You have salt marshes. This site is not only subject to creek flooding, it is subject to coastal inundation, and it's subject to storm surge and blockage when you have water coming out of the creek on an incoming tide. This is an extremely sensitive area. So the question becomes, from a policy perspective, what do you do in an area like this? Certainly people should be allowed a reasonable use of their property, but that use should not conflict with public safety and resiliency. Some of the questions I have that remain unanswered, and at the very end of the memorandum, is what understanding is there of future sea level rise predictions? How can the marsh migrate inland? And is this current construction configuration of putting these houses stacked side by side going to make it more difficult for the marsh to readjust itself? And it will readjust itself. It has to. Some of the beauty of this particular layout of the houses spaced out is there's space between to allow natural processes over time to adjust. You have water all around this. The applicant themselves discussed in their application around the garage about wetlands on all sides. So I ask you, take back from the discussion, of the planning discussion you've been having about fill and roadway, how much fill, raising the road, not raising the road, and ask the fundamental question, is the construction of two houses here the best long-term solution or the best use of the property in terms of the public trust. Certainly, from the developer's perspective, it's much more lucrative to have two rather than one house, even though the house can be built larger, can be flood-proofed, can be raised, and the chairman was quite correct. It could be moved all over, it could be much bigger, but it would still be a single house with the ability to more areas for water to move around it, more chances to maintain the character. If you start to allow houses to be turned on the axis that, as Mr. O'Hanlon said, you could end up with a cascade effect where everyone could start to do that. You set a precedent, and you, in a way, armor your coastline, because, in fact, if you start taking your houses with generous space between them, turn them 90 degrees, you are, in fact, armoring your coastline. And I ask you to look at this very carefully as you go forward, the precedent you're setting. And I agree with Mr. O'Hanlon at this particular juncture. The subdivision, if created, will create an expectation. I think there is a better way to manage this, and I would ask you to look at those ecological issues. There's nothing in the record that talks about resiliency. Yes, we're discussing raising the elevation slightly above the first flood. It's probably not high enough in terms of resiliency. Generally, we're looking now at FEMA 100 plus 2 or 3, or FEMA 500 plus 1. So even on resiliency, we're not really raising it enough. And I just raise these questions because I think this is important. Too often I see commissions that I advise or that I've sat on get bogged down in the details. Try to be reasonable, try to be neighborly, try to make something work, condition it to work. And I ask you to go back to the beginning and ask, is this appropriate? Do you have the data to support this particular development in this sensitive area? To me, these are the threshold questions. They're not answered. They're not in the record. There's lots of emails, lots of discussion. But the threshold question is, are you adequately protecting the public trust in the coastal resources by the decision to subdivide this property and create what essentially will be two stacked houses? And that's really the essence of what I have to ask, is to go back. So often one gets into this, one goes moving forward, trying to solve all the problems. Go back to the very beginning and ask those fundamental questions of coastal consistency and protecting the public trust in the natural resources. And are you achieving that by what you are contemplating this evening? I think you have nothing that talks about water quality standards. You have very strict water quality standards. There's no data in this application that supports the development, the fill, the two houses. It's just not there. It is incomplete. I agree with Attorney O'Hanlon on that. You don't have the data to make an informed and prudent decision that, forget about whether it goes to court or not, it's basically, as planners and as people that are dealing with this, I don't believe you have the data, as I see it, to make this decision. And that really is what I'm here to talk to you about, is that. There's nothing about human life, health. There's nothing about the biological resources. There is a natural diversity database reference, yet we don't know anything about how this will impact it. There's so much that is unanswered that you need answers for. It's not up to Ms. Curl and Ms. Lane to give you the answers. The applicant hasn't provided you that data. That's their responsibility. That's what they need to do. And in my professional opinion, they have failed to do it. And that really is what I have to say to you this evening. Thank you for your attention and your patience. And I'm not blaming the architect or the ecologist.
There's two architects, you could blame both of them.
Two architects.
Yeah.
How many?
Three architects.
But we're tightly bound together here, so.
Well, our architects look for solutions to design problems. As an ecologist, I look to how to let the natural systems work, that we don't have to make quite so many design solutions. There's a marriage there somewhere. I don't think you're there with this one personally. Any questions I can answer for you, but I can try. No?
Did you have one?
Well, could you comment on if this application were to go ahead and they were to build 2 houses and not raise the road and keep the road the way it is, what do you see as specifically as the impact?
The impact, if they were to go forward and not raise the road, not alter the road, not put fill in the wetland and not raise it, I would see the configuration, the actual design of those houses limiting. You're taking the houses, you are then putting the long axis 90 degrees. You are creating more and more obstruction. You're intensifying the development. There's less ability for the marsh to migrate, to readjust itself. You're intensifying a development in an area that I believe personally intensification of development is not prudent.
But then there may be an architectural solution to that, to make it more in keeping with an ecological solution.
Yes, there are definitely things you can do in architects that can be very creative, but the bottom line is you have twice as much building. You have 2 buildings, you have double impacts. And it also goes to the whole neighborhood character. That's another part of your coastal zone issue, is you're changing the character. You're really making a real change in the character. And that is probably, and I've seen this in other areas, where you start to change it, then you have what I call a cascade effect.
If I could just go a little further.
Sure.
The FAR, whether you have 1 house or 2 houses, I think is similar.
No, it's not.
It's not?
If we have 2 houses, that's only can be accomplished through subdivision, which takes out a large chunk of land for FAR purposes.
Oh, so it wouldn't...
So 2 houses would be less bulk on the site than 1 large house.
Okay,
Which
so...
would have more FAR. So it's not.
Right. I was just thinking of the ground floor, that one could be 10,000 square feet, and the other 2 could be... Okay, got it. Could you build a 1-story, 5,000 square foot building on the one?
Oh, well, you can build,
So-
on this site, if you don't.
Divided it and
See, the advantage, if you will, of reducing the bulk is that this whole area through here, from this line on, is out of the FAR calculation. If it's only 1 house, then this is all in the FAR.
Right, but one of those houses is how big?
Each one of these houses, I think, even though
It's like 4,000 or 5,000 feet.
No, actually, the Lot 2,
plus or minus.
Lot 2 of the larger, would be the larger lots, 19,000 square feet, would come out to about 6,200 in FAR total.
I don't think they were quite there with the ones they submitted to us, but again, as Mr. Brower mentioned, that's for another day, and
Exactly.
because we'll get to the site plans later on, but the bulk of a single building could be much larger than the bulk of 2 smaller buildings.
It could.
Well, I'm just saying, who knows? I mean, I don't know. You know, somebody may want to build a large house on this property. I don't know. That's not for us. I'm just giving you the facts.
Right, no, I understand, and I've saw this in Rye, that you can often...
But Mr. Chairman, you would be applying the same factors to that request to build the larger building that we're asking you to apply here. In other words, the coastal zone, coastal site plan review balancing.
No, I understand that,
Give you
but
the ability to push back against that larger structure that someone would ask. It's not an as of right, just because the FAR potential is there.
well, okay.
Again, urge, talk to your council, but that's that's what the Coastal Area Management Act was passed to stop, to roll it back on the coastal zone because it's so valuable. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
In the memo that I submitted, there was a reference to the town of Greenwich's petition for reconsideration to the Connecticut Siting Council, and where they took the position for the town that the standards that exist in this coastal zone are barely sufficient for what the threat is, and asked the Siting Council to change its decision and require a higher standard. And I'd like to put that in the record.
But what is this, how does this relate to this project?
He's saying that if we're asking for higher standards, we should, in regard to the Eversource power application.
Is that what this is relating to?
That's what it's
The
relating to.
decimation of Bruce Park,
Yeah.
what you're
I mean,
referring to, the
it's
original
very-
application?
In my mind, that's a very different subject.
Yeah,
because
that's,
It was so, it.
I'm just not sure I see-
Respect. I'm sorry, I have a very strong opinion on that topic. It had a complete lack of respect for the natural environment, and this is not what we're doing here. This is a much different situation. That was absolute destruction of a gorgeous natural resource.
Respectfully, you don't have anything in your record to even describe this gorgeous natural resource
I'm
until
talking about Bruce Park.
I understand that, but I'm talking about this.
I think it's a totally different subject. It was somebody coming in, so I don't think it applies. I thank you. I know that you can find other references to us talking about protecting the natural environment. I think the POCD would be more appropriate.
It's also, okay, well, all right, specifically with respect
And
to...
we have those very same aims stated and elucidated in that POCD.
But the only policy that the applicant has acknowledged to you that's valid, it's ignored all of everything we've brought up tonight. The only policy the applicant has acknowledged is valid, and it still tries to get you to ignore it, is the need to protect persons and property in light of the coastal flooding, and that's what was dealt with in that application. I'm not trying to say this is apples and apples, but it is the position by the town on that
Sorry,
policy.
it's a touchy subject because.
I think it's just totally separate issues here. I
Yeah,
mean,
I
this
think
is,
that's- I agree.
I would.
I mean, he
Mr.
wants to enter it into the, do we have to accept it?
Yes.
If he wants to submit it, but I just don't see the relevance
We
to it.
don't have to agree.
And if
I
you-
didn't make individual copies for each one of you.
Yeah. And I'm glad you didn't make a copy of the entire record.
No,
Well, we
This
kind
big.
of had boxes and boxes of that stuff.
I read this through the record, but again, though,
If you, could you perhaps take this back and highlight the sections? I think it's going to be left open, at least highlight or tag the pages. I mean, this is all kinds of different things in here that just have no relevance whatsoever.
I'll take it back and highlight the section of it, but part of it includes the testimony, that's why. and
Right,
I
I mean, you
didn't want
can
to look
submit
like
the
I'm-
whole thing, but just so the commission wants to read this stuff, so.
Okay.
To
I'll
help
d-
them.
With the commission's permission, I'll take it back and highlight the sections. I didn't want to look like I'm cherry picking something and then left something out that's hurt, so I wanted to include.
You may take it back.
And of course, if the applicant doesn't give the extension, we'll accept it the way it is, but.
I'll do that. Specific to Ms. Albin's comment, again, your POCD goals: preserve topography,
Yeah, we got
water
it.
quality, protect natural and biological resources, protect trees and shrubs, scenic resources, protect residential property values.
Mr. O'Hanlon, the commission's reviewing this against the subdivision regulations, so if you, just note that, if you wanted to point out sections of the subdivision regulations.
There are two sections in the subdivision. I've pointed them out in my memo, and also the Conservation Commission did. Those are the section 6-260 and 282, where flooding and the danger of flooding needs to be considered. But also, if you deem that a property is not subject, should not be subject to be divided, even if it's capable of being divided. You have the discretion to deny it. So again, that's why, and again, I appreciate your listening to us here, but at the end of the last session, it was clear that this is not complete. There's a coastal resource here that's incredibly valuable. Conservation Commission has finally stepped up and identified it. It's sensitive, and it needs to be protected, but it hasn't been addressed until now.
Do you feel that DEEP has not addressed this?
DEEP has tickled at it, but again, it's been focused principally, and that's why they've glommed onto that, is that single policy. But there's more to that.
Yeah.
A single policy of protecting persons and property is valid, and we believe that justifies it and goes along with DEEP's. But there's so much more because your regulations require you to do that balancing. And until they identify what these resources are and how they're going to be protected again, and how the benefit, the balance between the benefit to the owner, which is clear, against the impacts, and there's a whole list of impacts. CAM is very clear. It identifies your impacts. They haven't begun to address them. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the public who would wish to speak?
We've met before at these hearings. I'm David Robbins, a resident of Palmer Island and the president of the Palmer Island Association. I actually sat down this afternoon and wrote out some remarks that I thought at the time were eloquent and to the point, but the presentation by the two gentlemen before me really stole most of the thunder, and I won't belabor points they've already raised. The overarching theme of my comments is when we had the initial hearing on this application, one of you noted, or more than one of you noted, that we were starting off with 2 strikes against the application because there were negative recommendations from 2 agencies, which one of you said was highly unusual. Since then, the process seems to have devolved into chasing down each of those individual points, each of those discrete issues. And Mr. Brower's presentation indicates that he's apparently had some success in my view, wearing down some of these agencies to get them to compromise on things to solve each discrete problem. But I'm afraid that that process may have led all of us away from the fundamental issue that was raised in those initial objections, and that is the appropriateness of expanding the density and use in this fragile ecological area and in changing the character of the neighborhood. I have so many questions that I can't ask tonight because now what I thought I knew when I came in here, having attended your meeting yesterday, I don't know. Will the road be raised? If the road is raised, no one has answered the question, where's the water go? I understand we'll have an hour or 2 on either end to get in and out that section of the road. Where's the water go? That property, the subdivision, ends and the road belonging to the Palmer Island Association continues. That's at a low point. That's the point of the greatest puddling and flooding we have on the island. What happens when this road is raised? Does the water go there? Now, I can't, it's great for those 2 houses, but I can't get there if all that water winds up on my road. Does that then burden my property? Do I now have to undertake an engineering study to figure out what to do with my road? So there's a myriad of these knock-on issues that are unanswerable to me at this point. I don't even know, frankly, who's going to own this road. It's never been clear. It's probably not before you, but I don't know who I'm going to be dealing with. I don't know what the impact of moving that road is. I know that from the aesthetic standpoint, moving that road closer to the church property will begin to merge our property with the church property, and we will lose the rural character. But my main point is so many of these specific technical issues that have sort of allowed us to knock off specific issues really begs the question, why do we need one more house on Palmer Island? The only benefit will be for the developer who will build and sell that house. And I understand that that's their business, that's what they do for a living. But when they bought the property, they knew it was in a coastal zone. They knew it was fragile. There should have been no expectation that they were entitled to a subdivision. And all of the comments that I've heard in this record are essentially negative on this subdivision. All of them. The only person who seems to want it is the person who can sell the house and make the money. Again, I don't denigrate that as a profession. I just think it's the wrong place to apply it. So I can't expand on the professional comments of these gentlemen, except that I certainly hope this evening you will take serious note of all the open concerns that have been expressed. I'll just quickly see if there's other, so I had so many questions coming out of this, the presentations tonight. I think there were comments about the benefit of having a couple of houses to shelter in place. I can tell you that my home, which is farther down Palmer Island, in Sandy, for example, I had no water at all. So, you know, it's easy to make these statements. We're creating this shelter in place. It's just a hypothetical, unsubstantiated remark. My house is not unsafe. No one has come to my house and done an analysis of the history of it. It's been there for 100-something years. I've been there for almost 40 years. I don't need someone to build me a shelter in place. It's not necessary. I don't want it. Many of my comments were regarding the road, and again, I'll have to defer them because I don't have any idea what's going to happen to the road. But that was my main theme, and I'll leave it at that. Please, let's not forget the big picture here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Eric? I don't see anyone else getting up.
Try to be brief. First of all, this picture, it's a very helpful picture. Other than being a little prettier than the picture that I submitted with the initial submission of our application, it's the same picture. Matter of fact, we also on this one have the picture, we have elevations, and we have the boundaries. So this information I represented to Mr. Goucher because he had was concerned that you all did not have the full picture and that you should be able to see the context of the environment. And I reminded him that you were provided with that, with the report and the same aerials. So your information from January is consistent with this. We're aware of it. We think it is environmentally sensitive, and we've done everything we can to try to work with it. There's no question in terms of one giant house versus two smaller houses, whether that's going to be worse or not. It probably will be. It's certainly not going to be any better. So what we're faced with is balancing somebody's property rights with environmental impact. I think we've demonstrated tonight that we're going to go out of our way to continue to reduce impacts. So I take offense at the moving target comment and that we're going on and on with changes. We're only doing this because we were directed to. At the March meeting, this commission directed us to meet with Goucher and to meet with DPW to resolve issues. So we've addressed them. People ask questions. We answer the questions. That happens to be part of the process. It's not filibuster. It's not empty words. These are actual designs. The other thing that is insulting is that when Mr. O'Hanlon makes light of Ms. Mock's original comments on the project, she did not comment on the first go-around. When we revised the plan, she actually did make comments on it, and she made 5 comments. It was in her May 23rd, 2018 memo to your staff, and it was copied to the Conservation Director. So she raised a number of issues, and I responded back to her on May 29th and detailed to her the changes that we had actually made specifically in response to Mr. Goucher's site-specific recommendations, how to respond to encroaching on the marsh or the marsh encroaching on the property, how we would deal with that. We redesigned the property in response to him. We took the garage out of the back. We got rid of a driveway. We made the house smaller. So Mr. Goucher actually made substantive comments. I explained them to Alex in that memo, and she actually wrote back on May 30th, thanking me for the detailed explanation of the project. She found it useful, acknowledged a lot of effort went into it. This is all in your record. I don't need to read it. But so the point was, she saw the progress through this. These emails are not mysterious or incidental. They're actually legal complete communications between the state government and your local departments and officials. So we have made these changes. The April 8th letter that I mentioned with a comprehensive number of exhibits that you have, and I'll resubmit it to you shortly after this meeting, actually details the issues Dr. Clemens was talking about. It's about resiliency. This commission recognized the need to plan for the future, and we all need to. So that's why we suggested raising the road to the extent that could help. Nobody wants it, that's done. Okay, so we don't have to talk about that anymore. But it does talk about how are we going to plan for the flood zone. Ultimately, there's going to be a comprehensive revision to your zoning regulations regarding flood zones, and it's going to be based on specific risk areas, and it's going to take the existing 100-year flood zones, and it's going to extrapolate beyond that. I envision these things. It's what the state's doing. We're all part of the the Resiliency Connecticut program. So those things will be addressed, and the specific impacts on each of these lots as a result of their development will be evaluated when you come in under the coastal application for each lot. We have, for the record, submitted a coastal area application for the subdivision itself. There's 3 separate applications, the subdivision and the 2 lots. So it is not incomplete, and we will continue to answer questions as they come up, and not, as I said, for our own filibuster, it's to answer legitimate questions that are raised. So.
All right. We're clearly leaving this open tonight.
We have
so-
your direction on working with DPW
Right.
on that, and again, I welcome the opposition's experts to keep to work with us with DPW to keep the road the way it is. We're on the same page.
Okay,
So,
so I understand that you're doing this in the hearing, extending the invitation for them or someone from their group to join you when you have this meeting?
Yes, we'll notify Mr. O'Hanlon, and if
Okay, and then
if he wishes to invite his experts
Okay.
or whatever, we'd certainly welcome them to join us.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. LaRoe has the extension form ready for you, Mr. Barden. The July 24th meeting is unpleasant. So you wouldn't want to be on that one. So just note that. And also, since Mr. Brower's leaving it open, I'll leave this with you, Mr. O'Hanlon. Thank you.
All right, so you're anticipating the first August meeting? Okay, that probably gives enough time.
The 7th.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. We're going to take a short break before we start the public hearing. No, we have one more in the regular meeting, sorry. Okay, yeah.
If it's a quickie.
Do you want to wait a second and then before the public?
Yeah.
Okay, what we're going to do is, let's do item number 7, which is 644 West Putt for,
Coming back on.
I really wanted Chris to wait.
Oh, but just ask him to roll his eyes now.
What?
Well, he's got the next one too, I think. Doesn't he? Don't you have?
No, this is my last one.
no,
Oh,
shoot,
okay.
go.
Oh, we should make you wait.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Chris Bristol, representing the applicant, 644 West Putnam Associates, LLC. Everyone knows the site, 644 West Putnam Avenue, corner of West Putnam and Holly Hill Lane.
We got an extension on Palmer, right? Sorry.
We're here before you with a site plan application seeking modification of the 2015 approval of the West Med Clinic and Medical Office applications approval and seeking an increase of 2 simultaneously active medical professionals is how I called them. In terms of what was approved in 2015, the West Med tenant was approved for 10 simultaneous medical professionals, 2 downstairs in the clinic, 8 upstairs in the second floor offices, and that required 182 parking spaces. We have on site 189 spaces and are looking to up the medical professionals being active from the West Med space from 10 to 2, or to 10 to 12 in the second floor space. The extra 2 medical professionals would require an extra 13 parking spaces over the 182, totaling 195. Again, we have 189 spaces, so we actually have enough to cover one of the 2 requested additional medical professionals. We are asking for you to modify the parking requirements to find that the parking is sufficient for basically that extra 1 medical professional that we're talking about. And
some of your, I know you're still parking cars there in the basement. Why don't you lose some of those guys?
You're supposed to.
No, they're not supposed to be.
No, we shouldn't be. I mean, I just
drove
You
by
went
there 2 weeks ago and watched them drive out of there.
I was looking actually in the garage and I didn't see any. But we're certainly happy to make that a condition. I know it's raised and I know we've talked about it several times in previous applications. I'm happy to make that representation.
Yeah, 'cause it died
No, but I think
with the April 16th approval.
Yeah.
You weren't supposed to do it anymore.
I didn't think we were. It was clients have been telling me that they haven't been, and I was there and during the week several times over the past few weeks, and
I was by happenstance.
Well, I've been in that garage, and when I was there, it was mostly empty during the day even. So it was.
Is there going to be a zoning permit issued on this, Katie?
Yes. We
So we'll just.
Okay, so what we can do is condition the zoning permit on an actual verified statement or some.
What is it? Zoning inspection, whatever you want to do.
Whatever it is, that there is no inventory parking in this garage.
Correct. I'm absolutely happy with that.
Okay.
We'll point out, I think you recognize that Melissa Evans said that, agreed that the parking should be okay. And I made the representation in my narrative, and I'll make it now, that the garage is underutilized. If anyone's ever gone down there, there's actually
So this is.
half open.
While you're talking about that, in the 2014 approval, we said to you that employees had to park in the garage. And I think we need to make sure that that's clear again, because what I have found, do you want me to tell you where it is?
Well, I didn't think it was a condition. I thought it was an encouragement. And I was going to say that we agree with that. We do, and we will encourage
It's not
employees.
an encouragement. When Diane Fox says must, she does not mean.
For which, just direct me to, please.
It says, whereas the commission finds that all employees within the building must park in the garage.
Okay.
Okey dokey. So we'd like to keep that.
Sure.
And then, because what we've all noticed is that the street level parking does fill up, but the garage is dead empty. So it would be better for the businesses if you made sure that street level parking for the patients and everybody.
I've told everyone that
Okay.
many times.
Maybe the thing to do is to add signage that says, I don't know,
Where are you going to put it? I mean, the site is kind of awkward when you.
I know it's awkward, and
I don't know where to put the
I don't
signage.
want to confuse the CVS people, and the West Med's really well marked.
Well, actually, the way I go down, I end up going off of Holly Hill into that garage entrance that's directly into the 1 or 2 level down there.
Yeah.
But I don't think we have signage on that, and I'm not sure
No,
what.
but the signage is in front of the West Med as you're coming in from West Putt, which is where we asked for it in the 2015 approval.
Okay, if it's, and I thought we had, well.
Yeah, and you've done that, so that's good. So, okay, So we're just going to ask that all employees must park in the garage. Okay.
And then we have the signage thing, and that's it. I don't have much else.
Any comments from the commission?
I think only thing with the inventory, whoever does the inspection, whether it's staff or zoning enforcement, that it's visually inspected. Somebody actually goes down there to
Oh,
see
that's what
it.
Katie's going to do before, they won't get the zoning permit if they don't have them cleared out.
Yeah, I think that's what's contemplated, so we're okay with that.
Okay, so we'll just say, all right.
Any other comments from the commission? Any comments from the public? Seeing none, we'll close this. Have a motion?
I hereby move approval of this final site plan. In so doing, the commission notes that the sewer department comments on July 3rd are that there are permits that still need to be closed out from previous application and previous work, but has agreed to handle that in the permit phase. DPW Traffic has commented that the application provides sufficient parking for the 2 additional medical doctors. These comments are dated 7/3/18.
But she does have a tag on that there be no inventory parking in the garage.
Coming.
Oh,
Coming.
well, her memo has that too.
Okay, the zoning enforcement officer favorably comments on July 2nd. In approving this application, the commission, consistent with the comments from DPW Traffic, as well as our own previous decision letters, requires that there be no further inventory dealership parking, and that the commission notes again that this was expired per the 2016 approval. In addition, consistent with previous approvals, all employees are required to park in the below-ground garage, and street-level parking is to be set aside for clients and patients of the commercial activities, sorry. And that is, oh, and the last thing is that the applicant must go to ARC for any proposed exterior changes. And that's it, that's all I got.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Going to take a short break now, start the public hearing.
You want
He was able to herd the wildcats.
Number 8, J&J Greenwich.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. This will look familiar to you because we had it before you actually for about a 9-year period. But most importantly, last year when you approved site plan in September, and my clients proceeded from that approval to hire a construction management firm and begin the work of developing construction documents and start construction. What they found with the construction management firm is that the costs for constructing the underground garage were prohibitive. And they started looking for ways to economize. They went back to Mr. Rydberg and said, how can we make some changes to this plan that can alleviate some of the construction in the garage. One of the problems was they were looking at having to shore up Sheep Hill Road because the excavation was right to the property line. One of the concerns that the commission had in approving this was that the parking deck went right up to the right-of-way, and there was a concern that if the parking deck was there and it would need to be properly stressed in order to be able to expand Sheep Hill Road, should that be something that the town would want to do in the future. When Rudy and his office started looking at the plans, they said if we can take a portion of the second floor, which is currently office or retail, and convert that to residential uses, we can reduce the parking requirements on site, and we can look to bring that portion of the garage back off the Sheep Hill Road property line. So the plan that we have before you this evening brings that parking garage limit 15 feet away from the Sheep Hill property line, which would allow easier expansion of Sheep Hill Road should the town choose to do that in the future. So we eliminated a little over 3,000 square feet of commercial use on the second floor, converted that to apartments. We had 3 one-bedroom apartments previously. This plan calls for 5 apartments on the second floor, 3 of which are 2-bedroom apartments. And we've included 2 other 2-bedroom apartments in the mix so that we have 7, rather than 17 one-bedrooms, we have a total of 18 apartments, 5 of which are 2-bedroom, and 13 of which are 1-bedrooms. What that does is it reduces the parking requirement by 16, so we're able to reduce the garage size. Parking on grade remains the same. We also are able to, because we're less than 125 spaces, have 1 less handicap space. The other issue that we're dealing with in terms of the height or the amount of excavation that's needed is the height of the roof of the garage. And the plan that we came in with had 3 feet of fill over the top of the garage so that it would not qualify as building coverage. This plan and the one that we sent to you, maybe Rudy, we can show that, that we sent to you earlier, included lifting the garage roof some 3 feet, which then reduces the height of the fill, which Mr. Rydberg is getting to now. Rudy, why don't you go through it?
For the record, Rudy Rydberg, architect. You can see on the elevations that we had here, we've broken it up into red to show where the original floor line of the basement was and where we've now brought it up to. So that's shown on both of these. So in this one here, it's a little bit even easier to read that this is basically brought up 3 feet. That will eliminate all of that excavation material that we'll have to do there. Much of it which is rock. And we also have that on the other elevation. In the same thing in this vein here. You can see the red lines where everything is moved up. So that's where we've picked up the less excavation, which is considerable. It means less trucks and it means less disruption to the site and less material that has to be brought off the site.
On those drawings, the top one, the only reason that you're not able to maintain the 3 feet of fill on the top of the garage is you've let the roof of the garage is going in at a single elevation. If you don't need it for headroom in the garage, if you step that slab or even put it parallel to the ramp which is below it, you'd be able to maintain the 3 feet of fill on top.
Well, the issue here where this is taken is one piece of the puzzle. So it varies, that length, that height of that garage will vary depending on where we take that piece in the cut of the section.
Can you show me where that section is cut on the plan?
Yeah, let me just see if I can see exactly where that is. Line 67. I think I have another drawing.
What I'm saying is that you're just building a lot of extra volume in the garage that you don't need.
Yeah, but I
And it
think...
doesn't make any difference, because that section is pretty much the same going front to back, isn't it? South and north.
Well, it does, but most of that's under the building at that point, where we're coming through to drive into.
I'm sorry, is that the south elevation or the north one? I think it's the north one, isn't it?
This is the north elevation.
So going further back, you're going into the hillside.
Into the hillside against the neighboring property.
So the point would be, where do you come, this was the question we asked at the briefing yesterday, where do you come out of the area that you're looking for the variance to keep your,
Okay, I think I have a
see,
drawing
now,
here.
that drawing in the front is the, no, it's the same one. We didn't know what kind of a waiver you were looking for. There was no, there you go.
So these are the areas here that would now count as coverage.
Yeah, but the one area is well, okay, were you able to get the?
We're at 60.67 here, plus if we add what we add for the concrete, will give us at 61 here. This is level 1, this is at 67. So this hasn't changed, but this is where we're picking up this area. Previous had 3 feet of fill here, same thing here, same thing here. So we can't pick up everywhere, but we're trying to pick up wherever we could pick it up, and that's what we're now having to count and get a waiver on for coverage.
I'm still having trouble with those sections, the way they're cut, but whatever.
Well, again, where they're cut,
I mean,
when we're
I
cutting
believe-
it through the garage, that's in here. The garage height
No,
doesn't
I
really
understand
matter.
that, but the garage right now comes down, hits an elevation of 57.
Mhm.
It then remains 57 as it goes parallel to Sheep Hill Road.
Okay.
And then it ramps down.
Goes down, comes down, and comes back up again.
Right. So it stays at basically a single
Right.
level of parking.
So you will still have 3 feet of fill in those areas, other than over here. That's
What
the
I
only
don't
area.
understand is why, the only reason you don't have it over there, what's the grade up? Because if you go to that north elevation again,
Mhm.
yeah. All right, to Sheep Hill Road now, right now, you're at 57 in the garage,
Correct.
and you have at that point, you have the 3 feet of friable fill.
We have more than that.
I know
Exactly
that.
right.
But as you continue along, you're letting the top of the garage, it should follow the slope of the floor of the garage, and then you'd be able to maintain 3 feet of fill across the whole thing.
I'd have to study that a quick second to try to see if that's true. Oh, see if I agree with you.
Wow.
Not that I don't.
Well, look, you've got the elevation on the top, which is the road and the parking.
Right.
I know what you want, I mean, I think you were probably doing it.
What you're trying to say is this thing could
Yeah, why not?
level down, but
Either that or step down, if it's too hard to contemplate building a sloping slab.
I think what's happening that's, okay.
And I think that occurs on both elevations.
Well, let's put it this way. If that were the case and we could get less of a waiver, I think I just have to study that a little bit more.
Okay, I think you should, I think we should know the magnitude of the waiver that we're granting.
Okay.
Because right now, there was no waiver of lot coverage. We were right at the minimum.
That's correct. When we had it approved last September, it was, we met both
0.5% off.
building and total site coverage. Mr. DeAndrea has computed that out, and total site coverage goes from 74.9 to 75.6, so slightly over. Building coverage goes from 29.6 to 47.3, because we're counting more of the garage as building coverage. I have a plan that Tony's prepared that shows the green areas as those where the parking garage is now counted, and I'll hand those out.
Thank you very much. No.
Thank you. I will trade mine in.
Tony, if you just want to briefly go over this plan with the commission.
Any questions? Tom wants me to explain it. Tony DeAndrea. What we did was we created 3 color schemes.
I got that.
Okay. And the other structure coverage is the area where it doesn't have 3 feet of material on top.
Do you understand what I'm talking about sloping the ceiling of the garage? I mean, if you're able to get 3 feet of friable fill to the right of that area, yeah. Why aren't you able to get it to the left?
Because I have highlighted on this plan the area where the architect has created a vertical step in the elevations of the garage. So he's got a...
There's no vertical step, there's 2 ramps.
What I asked the architect to tell me was, what are the elevations of the roof top of the concrete structure?
I know. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't think it should be what he's...
I don't know. I don't know how to answer that because that's not my field of expertise. But taking that information, which they provided, I identified the areas where we don't have 3 feet of material.
Right.
That's all.
Okay. No, and that area has to be more, the numbers you just gave us a second ago, Tom, doesn't sound right. You said you were going from, on lot coverage, you went from 74.9
to 75.6.
Because most of the area where we have deficient coverage was already pavement of some kind.
Okay, so now we've got to get to the building coverage, which was 29.6, and it's now what?
47.3, according to Mr. DeAndrea's calculations.
And that number is increased because
Because
the green area shown on the plan in front of us now count.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
I think what Mr. Maitland was referring to, you've got actually, it's interesting actually, 3 conditions. You have the floor of the garage, which is following the slope up and down of the ramps.
Of the ramp, correct.
You have a condition where you have the ceiling of the garage, which actually is the base of the foundation of the building above.
In certain areas, that's true.
The question would be is, could the ceiling of the garage follow the slopes of the ramps of the garage floor, and then thus maintain that 3 feet in all areas?
They probably could do it. The 2 areas I think they could do it in was on the north side and the south side. The east side, they're going to be in trouble because that's where they got to enter the garage. So there's no way.
That's our lowest point.
And have to go down there.
Yeah. And to make them go down further would, but those other 2 areas, which then would just reduce the amount of this building coverage, if what I'm saying is correct, considerably.
In any event, what we end up with on the surface continues to be the same.
The lot coverage, yes.
The total lot coverage is basically the same. But also, the grading of the surface parking remains at the same elevation as what you approved in September.
No, I know that.
So we're really
I was
just talking
trying to-
about what's happening underground, and our exercise here, and why we're here in front of you, is to reduce the amount of excavation that's necessary. Certainly.
Now, is there any problem with the FAR of the building going? I can't think it through right now, so I'll ask it as a question. Is there any problem with the FAR of the building because we don't have the 3 feet of fill above it? Does that include that building? Does the building area change?
It's still, no, it's
So-
just the garage.
Yeah, it's just the coverage.
It's just the coverage over the garage.
But the floor area of the garage that's Underneath that less than 3 feet, does that now count as floor area for the whole site?
I don't believe under the regulations that would happen, no.
As I say, I can't think it through. So I'll leave it as a question. I'd have to go back and study it just to see if that has to count as FAR now. If
It was my
doesn't.
understanding, actually, if you had a basement space, lack of a better way to say that, that actually protruded beyond the footprint of the building, if it was actually under 3 feet of fill, then it was not counted in the FAR.
Right.
Correct.
If it was anything less than that, then you actually had now to count it as space.
Right.
Because it was actually too close to the ground. And I think actually going back to a project from years ago where we had a very, very, very large basement under 3 feet of fill at all locations except for the walkouts. And that's how it was actually excluded from FAR.
Mhm.
Or I can think of one actually the past 2 years, the same kind of situation. Big protrusion in the front yard, but it was actually completely buried.
Right. I remember one where he had, again, in the front yard, there was a big athletic facility.
Yes, meadow someplace, I think.
Yeah, meadow, something like that.
Yeah, of course, this
And-
is just garage.
No, I understand, but the question of when does it not count, the athletic facility, if it's under the 3 feet of fill, we considered it an underground structure and did not count it in FAR. If the 3 feet of fill was not there, then it was counted as part of the building FAR.
Mhm.
That's what I think. And I think you can easily get rid of two of those if like I say, I'm pretty sure what I'm saying is correct, but, because, I mean, you got the top up here and you got the floor sloping down here, while you don't have the ceiling of the garage
ceiling
sloping with it.
At the same elevation, at the same height.
In other words, whatever
Slope
height you got in the garage, 7 feet, 7.5 feet, something like that.
Rudy, you have a thought on this? Mr. Rydberg is formulating his thoughts here on this issue.
Well, you know, they have to come back anyway, as I remember,
Why?
because we're going to send you to ARC because you changed the facade.
I'm prepared to go through that too, but let's just.
See if we can finish this one first.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I mean, okay, so what Mr. Maitland is saying, so this is out in front of the building on the
Right.
post road side.
Right.
So right now, we have whatever our height here is, I think it's 8.5 feet. And the argument you're saying is to make this parallel to
Yeah.
that point.
And it's
And I
on-
don't
then
see
it gets
why.
the 3 feet of
Yeah,
friable
I think
fill.
I think that would be fine. That would be on the front side and on the
back.
back side as well, or the north side.
Right.
So that's doable. So we could recalculate the amount of the
Reduce-
friable fill. So
Right,
that-
but
exactly.
what it does is it reduces the amount of building coverage.
Right.
Which
We were
allows-
building the building simplistically with a flat level surface at that point, but we could certainly change that and pitch that. The key was that we were bringing up the 3 feet of excavation. I'm not sure we really focused on the roof of it as well there, but I believe we can do that.
Okay.
And that allows them to.
But now we've still got to get back to the issue, and I don't have a reference that I can point to right now, but I think you need to look into that small part of the building, which I don't see how you're going to do anything with that one.
Where
Whether
the
it counts
garage
as building
entrance is on the east
yeah,
side.
Whether that counts as FAR or not. So I leave that something that I don't have an answer to.
All right, well, the other, we'll get back to you on that.
Okay.
The other issue that we wanted to go over was the elevations, because I know there was concern in looking at the plans that we submitted, and I want Rudy to go through what the difference is and
But I do want to say, by the way, I think it's a really great idea to get the edge of that parking garage away from Sheep Hill.
We thought so too.
I think that's a real positive.
Rudy, why don't you go over the elevations?
So we did get approval from ARC, which we have a set of drawings here that show the rendering, which has not been updated yet. It's in the process of being updated as we develop the construction drawings. So what the difficulty that you're seeing now is that we have a building and a set of drawings that we got filed with you that were done in just plain old AutoCAD, very simply, but very cleanly shown. The project that we're in now, the working drawings that we're working with, is a different program that it's three-dimensional, it's BIM software and so on, allows us to work cohesively with our clients, so, and I mean our professionals. So when you look at, I'll go through this a little bit, I only have one easel here. So let me just, this is the original set of drawings that were approved, and I would just want to show you that this elevation here, and I think what we'll do, Tom, is maybe just fold that behind. So if you look at this elevation here, which is the south elevation, and here's the south elevation in this simpler program. It's a much difficult program, but we have not developed the exterior of the building to look like that. It will look like that. It will look like the rendering. I did mention that to Nick as well. So where you see this articulation that was approved by ARC, stucco, we don't show that. And you can even see in here, we don't show all the details. We don't show the top of the pilaster caps. We don't show our reveals in here. But all of those will be added. We don't even show the panels up here yet. The windows that are here are placeholders. They're not even the correct window just yet. You can see we have a 6-light window, narrower, and so on. So what you see there, this will be developed into that as we develop the working drawings, and it will look like the rendering. You can see that we're still two gambrels, roof up top, all of those still add. The only modification we made a little bit was where the elevator run was happening now that we're into CDs.
Yeah, notice there was something.
Take your,
Turn your mic on, please.
why don't you take the standard AutoCAD drawings, adjust the dimensions on it, and submit that versus an undeveloped BIM model?
Well, don't forget, when we developed this project for it, was really just for the 3 feet of fill and moving the building up. We weren't really focusing on the exterior of the building.
I know, but we are.
I understand that. So all I'm just saying, practically though, that it will be the same, I'm assuring you.
But we don't have that.
No, I'm saying, but I'm assuring you that it will be the same when you see the drawing. It will look like this again. So to do this now is in a totally new program. I'm happy to give you that.
Well, I'm just saying is why when you update that drawing with the correct dimensions and submit that for the record?
Well, the dimensions on this are essentially the same. What's happened now is that other than this elevation is the same. We don't change this per se, other than the basement, the floor being brought up higher, right?
And it doesn't change any of your other heights?
No, we've kept the building the same. The only thing that's happened.
Then if you're not changing it, then submit that drawing.
Well, when I say it's not changing, there are slight, subtle changes that will happen, and it may be an inch or two. It's imperceptible in the comment. What I'm trying to say is if you look at the mass, it's still there. We still have the same gambrels, and you look at the roof plans, they're all there.
You know, it's this trust but verify.
Right, but you have a...
I said something similar to Richard just now.
I said, and my point is, if it's going to look like that, just submit that for the record.
Yeah.
We can do that.
Yeah, give us apples and apples.
We can do that.
You're creating more issues than it's worth.
Mr. Ridberg, in what phase are you with the current revisions?
With which?
The current revisions to the building, in what phase are you?
The revisions are pretty well there. What we're working on right now is trying to get a structural grid system that works. We've been working between flat place concrete or steel frame.
You're in design development of?
Design development of the CDs. I mean, the plans are now, I think we're pretty well locked in with that. And as I say, certain little windows may have adjusted a little bit, but the mass is still there, the finishes are still there, stucco, brick, all the things that ARC wanted.
You understand what we're saying, and I think I can understand, yes. You've got a BIM model over here that you're developing because you've got a garage slab, it's a funny plane, you've got all kinds of elevations, you're trying to get a kind of take your old and put it into the new. What we're saying is that we understand that, yes, you're trying to save some money with the basement and the foundation, all that stuff. Please don't scrub the detail from the building up above that line.
I'm telling you, it will not be.
So
and we were
that,
focusing on the lower levels.
What that time when you come back for zoning permit or whatever it is, what I'm going to see is that elevation.
That's correct, and the detail, correct.
Okay.
Yep. This just
And-
allows us to be very accurate with the building. It allows us in the three-dimensional world to make sure that everything works, ties together, works with our mechanicals, our structurals, and so on. And right now, I have to say, it's plain Jane. I
Yeah.
agree with that.
Oh, yeah.
But we weren't coming, in my mind, to you for the exterior of the building because we weren't changing the exterior building. It's not developed enough there yet, but it will be. And we came here to say, here's what we want to do with this basement to bring this up for the 3 feet of fill.
It's just probably I didn't want to get burned, because we spent a lot of time on this, meeting after meeting after meeting. Everybody seemed to agree with this. The neighbors had, little issue with that. It was just.
No, they all said that the building was fine. So we've stayed with that, and we've kept all the architectural comments from the committee, our ARC.
So, number one, what we would be expecting then is your rethinking of the ceiling of the garage to see if you can in fact reduce the amount of building coverage. And you will then have a meeting, I guess, with the ZEO and find out whether, it might as well go to the horse's mouth and find out if he's going to count that now without the 3 feet of fireable fill as area in the building.
I think in his comments, he did address that.
I don't recall getting I don't think his thing was.
Looking for his.
He says subject to 6110. I don't have the page number. Hold
It's
on.
page 401.
He just says it's okay, subject to 6110, and how we apply it. but-
Stories in FAR. I think he was looking for, and we had not yet provided him with the FAR drawings to show that we're 30 square feet less than what was approved back in September. And I just dropped off today volume calculations, and we're 3 cubic feet less than what we had before
2
you.
milk cartons less.
Very little. I did want to point out that drainage, sewer, landscaping, they all remain the same as to what was approved by you in September of last year. And I also reviewed with our traffic consultant, Craig Yanis from Ty and Bond. He said that the square footage, the rate per square footage is higher for retail than it is for residential. And he would see that this was a reduction in volume of traffic rather than an increase or no change. And we're not proposing any changes to the conditions that you placed on this as part of the approval back last September.
Well, I think, for me anyway, I think just we need to resolve this. You're asking us for a waiver.
Yes,
And I think we
under
just-
6110 G5.
I understand. But I think we just need to know the numbers for sure, what we're waiving, from yay to yay. And then you'll also just deal with the square footage and see what.
The other thing I wanted to say, and I know it came up as part of the discussion yesterday, my client is committed to having the traffic improvements done prior to the issuance of the foundation permit.
Right. Okay.
Because that was an important part of what we proposed to you, and important as an improvement to the neighborhood, and we're committed to doing that.
Okay.
Can I just ask you about the new residential units? Is there a difference in the way you're articulating the windows on the second floor as a result?
Mr. Levy, can you're talking about this level of?
The second.
This is still, all of this is staying. What's
It's going to
happening?
be the north elevation that changes.
The
east. The west.
couple of windows, I'm sorry.
I think it goes around on the west, too. It's kind of I think it sort of loops around the,
On the north elevation you were referencing?
Yeah, that's where the.
So What happens there when we do the change from 1 to 2 bedrooms, some of the rooms work out a little differently where the walls are, so our windows change slightly in here. This window, as I say, when you look at the original, the windows themselves that are here are still not the latest. This is the window style, which is a 6-light. So over here we had 3 windows, but now the way the rooms worked out, we'll go to 2 windows and 2 windows here. So there's what you see before. So there's a slight modification in those windows within the gambrel itself. And that's based upon the layout inside when we reworked the 1 bedrooms to the 2 bedrooms, how we changed the mix inside
Also,
the building.
you're changing commercial into residential, correct?
We've added, yes, if you looked at the second floor.
Is there going to be any articulation that's different on the facade?
Open up that second floor, Tom. So the second floor before, you could see we had a large circular stair, which we ended up pulling out of the space. This is now all residential here, where in this scheme, this was the only residential up in here. So these were 3 one-bedrooms, and now we have 5 units on this level, and there are 3 two-bedrooms and 2 one-bedrooms on this level. So we've reduced 3,000 square feet, which allowed us to pick up some 2 bedrooms. We only picked up 1 unit total in addition from 1718, but we made now 5 two-bedrooms within the building. So with that happening, there's a little bit of modification of windows depending on where bedrooms were and the living areas were, great rooms.
But the windows on the right, going from commercial to residential, didn't change window type?
In here?
Yeah.
Typically, we had the same window throughout the whole space.
So you're
So
just,
they're
so
just-
the elevations are not changing?
Well, the only thing was, in some areas, there may have been 2 windows apart, now they're together. But not in height, the concept window.
Changing the window type?
No.
That was
No.
Peter's question.
Oh, is that what you're saying? No.
Yeah.
I apologize. I went right over my head.
Yeah.
Mr. Hegney, the section, I think, for the 3-foot of fill issue, 6.5 definitions, A7A. I think that's what you're looking for definition or for clarification from the ZEO.
We'll review it with the ZEO and also see if we can reduce the amount of
I'm sure you can.
coverage that results from what we've shown to you tonight.
Let me ask a question since we have Mr. DeAndrea here. The sewer, the sewer keeps coming back with comments regarding the bus structure and the sewer line that's going underneath it. And they want to know who's going to be responsible for doing what with it if they have to get at that sewer line.
Okay. The sewer was defined originally as a single line, so the center line of the sewer easement remains. There's no dimension to it. Sometimes sewer department asks us to actually define a wider width of easement.
Right.
That may or may not occur. The depth of the sewer here at the corner on that manhole, based on the as-built plans that we obtained from the sewer department, shows an invert of 59 and the rim at 67. So we're about 8 feet deep with the posts that might support that bus shelter of being perhaps 42 inches at the most. It's also a fairly lightweight structure. If they have to get there, I don't think there's going to be an issue.
Well, I think he just wanted who's going to do it, you know, and how does it, I think that's what he's asking.
Well, my opinion would be if there is an issue with the sewer, they're going to take the big bucket and knock the bus shelter over. I don't think there's
Then
any
who will
salvage
build it?
value to it.
Yeah, I know. I think,
I have a meeting with Mr. Dimitri on, oh boy, that's a throwback, huh? Mr. Felmanella.
Oh,
Shows you how long I've been here.
wow. Wow.
Mr. Feminella on Friday morning at 9.
That's 20 years, right?
I think that's 20 years back.
Well, don't crowd up that meeting at 9 o'clock too much.
Don't start that.
Just one quick question. There's actually going to be no change in the approved landscape plan?
No, we're keeping the landscape plan as is.
And we'll have enough
Phil?
fill
Yes.
to, okay.
Yes, we've
Without
looked
the-
at that.
If you didn't have the 3 feet of fill throughout, would you be able to support the landscaping as proposed?
Most of the landscaping is in this area on the north side and on the south side where it's not an
But there
issue.
was some still along the Sheep Hill side.
Well, actually, there, this is all going to now be fill because we're not bringing the garage all the way over to the property.
Well, it's not going to be filled, it's probably just going to remain
It's just going to
existing.
remain as is, yeah. That's one of the, when we went through with the construction management firm that my clients have hired, that was a major expense because of the shoring that's needed right along Sheep Hill Road. By bringing it in the 15 feet, it substantially reduces the construction costs.
I hate to say that, but Mr. Maitland and everybody could have saved you a lot of time because they kept telling you not to do that with the garage.
Oh, no one listens.
I know that.
Well, no, but
we listen
It only
all the
works,
time.
it only works because they can reduce the number of spaces.
I know the
That's all.
commission suggested it many times when you were here.
Well, we've gone back and we've found
Listened
another
to-
way, and we've listened and come back with a revised plan.
I know, but you suggested.
Any other comments from the commission?
You're still going to do 4 moderate-income housing units?
Correct.
All
One will
those-
be a two-bedroom rather than just four one-bedrooms. One will be a
Oh.
two-bedroom and 3 will be one-bedroom.
Since you're increasing the total number of units, would you consider adding another one?
We're still only at 18 units, and the requirement in the regulation is 20%. We're still above the 20%, plus we've added another bedroom. So I think we're in compliance as far as that goes.
Just asking if you would consider it, not suggesting it would be required.
Well, let's see what
What you're willing to, okay, let's see where you're coming on the coverage. Good point.
Thank you.
is there any comment from the public? Public comment?
We are. We hope we didn't keep you awake.
Good evening, Commissioners. The Board, I'm Elizabeth Peldunas, President of the Riverside Association, and the Board of the Association posed some questions regarding the changes to this project in an email to Katie at the beginning of June, after I spent time looking at the file, not a huge amount of time, but some time. And those questions, I hope, in my email to her are part of your record. If not, I brought that correspondence along with me, and I'll leave it. One of the questions that most concerned me when I looked at the file in June was the inland wetlands and waterways permit, the IWWA permit from 2010. And I didn't find any paperwork in the file to tell me whether that permit was still in effect or not. And that was one of my questions to Ms. DeLuca. And we got back a note from the Director of Environmental Affairs saying that the permit for the project fell under a block of permits that were automatically extended as part of the legislative act, and the permit's revised expiration date is 2019, and the applicant can request a 5-year extension beyond that date. I'm just concerned because in the 8 years since the permit, that particular permit, the wetlands permit, was issued, larger homes have been developed uphill from this project, and our environment continues to change. And logic and observation tells me, at least, that there's more water flowing down Sheep Hill Road through the watershed than there was 8 years ago. looking at the plans, as briefly as I did at the beginning of June, I noticed there's a bioretention pond now that wasn't part of the original plan. And I'm curious, and hope that you ask the questions to understand if that rain garden is going to be adequate to handle the stormwater coming down Sheep Hill Road. It just befuddles me that a permit this old would still be relevant without review, but if legislation has determined that that is the case, then I guess I can't argue with it. And the bigger question, though, is how can residents of Riverside ensure that the construction of this project with the changes proposed tonight won't flood an already very busy intersection? I look forward to your thorough review of all the changes. Mine was just cursory. I noticed some things that probably are considered typos in blueprints, but driveways that had gotten wider, and in the rendering on the front, the driveway had moved all the way down to the corner of Putnam Avenue. It was very far forward of Apache Place, and that may have been corrected by now, but I trust that all of you will look at these things more carefully than I, the layperson, will. But as you know, this is an important crossroads in Riverside, and our residents deserve a project that really benefits the area, and I hope that you take the time to make a well-considered decision for our community. So my view is from a month ago. Another one of my board members, Susan, attended your work session on Monday, and she has some comments related to some of the physical plant that is part of this new proposal, and I'll let her go next. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Katie, I don't recall that June.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing
The email, yeah, it was, I didn't put it into the record, but it's now in the record, so I'll
Okay,
pass it down to you
now
so
we'll
you can
have
see it. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
The questions, I think, are relevant, and we may have asked them already, so.
Thank you.
If you could pass it back down when you're done reading it, that way.
Oh, no, did she give us enough copies for everybody?
Two.
That's okay. She can forward it to us.
Yeah.
Well, there's two copies there, actually, so if you want to just keep
Anybody
one.
want
for-
one of these?
And then I'll forward it.
Do you have one?
I do, I have it on the computer, I can email it to everybody now.
We're giving you back a hard copy as soon as
Well-
Andy relinquishes it.
So what I'll do, if it's okay, I might as well.
We're about to get.
Is that an extra one?
Yeah. this is
Oh,
the one.
thank you.
What I should do also is I should put into the record the email from Patricia Sesto that Ms. Paldunas was referencing.
Right.
Just so you have that comment also.
Okay.
There is something in the staff report about that.
Right, so I'll just email.
No, the-
I'll email.
Yeah, I mean, the
Pat
staff report.
Sesto's memo is attached to
Oh,
the
okay,
three
good.
that I have.
Okay.
Yeah, and Bianca did, it wasn't Bianca.
Jackie.
Jackie did reference that, that the wetlands permit had been extended.
Mm-hmm.
Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Susan Foster. I'm a Riverside Association board member. On behalf of the association, I attended your prep meeting for tonight's hearing in connection with this proposed revision of the Sheep Hill project. There are some neighborhood concerns that we ask you to consider. First, we are requesting the removal of the covered bus stop. We do not want to urbanize the look at the gateway into Riverside. On the first go-round, we were primarily focused on the size of the building, the commercial curb cut on a residential street, and the traffic issues, and that was a lot for us. We were all newcomers at dealing with this. So we weren't focused on making a request in connection with the covered bus stop at all. Since the approval of the original plan, we've had time to reflect on the implications of such a covered bus stop and see it as a detriment at that location. We believe if a covered stop is considered necessary for Riverside, that it should be placed at Riverside Commons, since the stop at Sheep Hill is lightly utilized and the common stop is significantly more utilized. But more importantly, the town of Greenwich does not appear to have developed a town-wide plan for covered bus stops. It would be prudent for the town to first develop such a plan and share it with the residents before implementation.
You want to share that?
What?
You want to chair that initiative? You probably need some leadership.
No, I
Put it in the POCD and we'll let you guys run with it.
I'm trying to get a trash can at Ada's, and I can't get one. The manager of the Chase Manhattan Bank for a year has tried to get a trash can at the bus stop opposite this proposal, and he can't get one. Okay, so we're having problems in Riverside getting trash cans. You go to Coscob in the commercial district, every 10 or 20 feet there are those green recycling, right? I cannot find one in Riverside, okay? There are even two of them at the corner of River and the Post Road where I don't even know if they're used, but we have overflowing trash in Riverside and we can't get them. So all I'm saying is that if we can't even get trash cans right in this town, I think we need to have a plan. We shouldn't go happenstance with covered bus stops. There should be a plan. And it definitely shouldn't be put up in a place where there's virtually no usage of that bus stop.
Excuse me. Katie?
Okay. Second, I love Mr. Ridburn's design, so I am very pleased to hear that nothing's really going to change, except windows are going to change. And I hear that it's just minor and little, but I know windows are what buildings are all about. And even a little change can make a big statement. So I hate to torture you guys, but I do think that if windows are being changed, it needs to go back to architectural review, just to make sure it's, I think your work is fantastic, but I do think windows are very important. And when you change, it went from a commercial to a residential, I just think it would be nice for architectural review to have a second shot at it. We really like the aesthetic sensibility of what was proposed, so we consider that the gateway into Riverside. We think how that building looks is really critical as to how it's going to feel as the entrance into our community. Okay, third, let's talk some traffic. One may believe that with less commercial space and more residential space, there would be less traffic. And I understand that their expert says that too. But with two-bedroom apartments, we must assume that families will live in the building, most likely with young children. From my personal experience, and many other parents in Riverside would agree, our second job was as chauffeur for our children under 12. And that job entailed many trips every day for the kids' needs, such as sports practices to play dates to doctor appointments. And frankly, that's a lot more in and out than I see in the retail spaces in Coscob or in Riverside, or even at Ada's. And people with 2 or 3 kids under age 12, they're zipping in and out of their home all the time. This is all before addressing the adult travel needs in the household. Moreover, the original traffic study was done in February, with 2 of the days studied before during winter break, and the numbers, frankly, remain questionable. It would go a really long way for our community to have another traffic study done in September or October. We believe there's going to be more traffic. We really fundamentally believe there's going to be more traffic when this goes residential. We're not opposed to it going residential. We like the 2 bedrooms coming in. We think it makes it attractive for a young teacher or a police officer or a nurse at our hospital, that they could really live there as a family unit. But we believe there's going to be way more traffic than small little retail shops would generate. And it would be all the time, not 9 to 5. Fourth, let's talk outdoor space for those young families. Where is it? I think it is incumbent to consider such a basic need as this town embarks on the development of apartment buildings along the Post Road. It wasn't an issue for us when it was all 1-bedroom apartments. You saw it more as transient housing and millennials and people maybe spending a year or 2. This is different now. These are 2-bedroom units. These are people that can be there 5 years before they're looking for a 3-bedroom place. As you know, Riverside has no public parks. The only public green spaces are at the public schools, with Eastern Middle School being the closest to this project. Needless to say, the schools are not a viable green space to take children under 5 when schools are in session. So where does a young parent with a 2-year-old go at this place when they just want to go out and sit with their baby outside? Therefore, we ask that you request the developer to create a small greenway along the back of the building. My daughter lives in San Francisco in an apartment building, and there is such a thing. And it makes all the difference in the world that that's a place where she can go and walk a dog, or if she had a young child, she could go with that young child without going out onto a very busy street. I just think it's just something that we should be thinking about. Post Road is going to start getting developed more and more with these apartment buildings, and I would like you to think about these young families that are going to be there. And thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Good evening, Carolyn Coyote Gorman, resident on Sheep Hill Road. I'm here just to echo the concerns that my neighbor has raised, specifically with regards to this covered bus stop. And I have personal experience with the bus stop that I thought you might find interesting as you make a determination. And I'm specifically requesting that the shelter not be created. I don't think there's a need for it. And this seems to be a potential solution to some of the concerns raised with the sewer issue. So I, first of all, question the need for a covered bus stop. I haven't heard anyone specifically advocating for it. I have personal experience as a bus rider and as a resident and driver in the neighborhood. My husband and I have 2 cars, but I personally have chosen to ride the bus in town dozens of times. And I've used this bus stop and the one across the street many times over the last 2 to 3 years, primarily because I run in town. So sometimes I'll take the bus in one direction to an end of town and I'll run back to the other. Vice versa to or from my home. It's just something that helps me maintain my activity. I've also used the bus to transport my son to school. I think you've all heard about my son. He's now 5 years old. He goes to school along the post road. It is an option for us to use the bus. So what I'll tell you about my experience being a bus rider using this particular stop is that in the dozens of times that I've used the bus at both sides of the intersection, I have been the only person at the bus stop other than my son on the occasions that he's come with me. So in addition to not seeing other people when I do it, I don't see anyone using it when I drive by. So I just don't think there's a need for it that I've heard articulated in terms of ridership. As a resident and driver in the neighborhood, I see an uncovered bus stop blending into the community a whole lot better than a shelter does. An uncovered bus stop poses little to no obstruction to drivers, and the shelter would potentially cause some obstruction to our sight lines as we navigate this already challenging intersection. Again, I've ridden the bus all over town. I think it's just 311 that stops there. And I've noticed that the shelters tend to be at places around like Greenwich High School or Cobb School, not in primarily residential intersections like this one is and will continue to be. So to the extent that you have discretion and authority to alleviate this issue for me and my neighbors, I would appreciate that this bus stop just not be covered. Finally, and to the extent that someone would have to pay to build the shelter, I'm all for saving someone money, including the developer, to just not have to have that extra burden on the development of the project. So that is truly the only reason I'm here before you tonight. Thank you for your time.
I'm just confused about something.
Sure.
So nobody's at the bus stop right now because it's not developed. Site.
That could be, but I also frequently ride.
The stop where there's no shelter.
No, but I'm just saying, The usage would change once, because you guys are suggesting putting it at Riverside Commons instead, but this is also going to have retail as well as residential, so there would be more demand. That was our thinking, so that's why I'm confused. You're looking at the no-build scenario and saying right now nobody's using it, but the idea was that once it's developed, then there would be demand. So you're thinking there won't be demand even once it's developed?
I haven't heard anyone articulate demand. That's what I'm saying.
Well, but the people who shop and live there, that was the idea.
I happen to shop and live there already. I don't see any covered bus stop by the Balducci's, which I know people shop at. They drive their cars there. There's lots of parking there. This particular site seems to be meeting the parking requirements. I think that's how people will primarily enter and exit from this area. I just have heard reasons that both the developer bodies of town or town entities have questions about this covered bus stop, and now I'm articulating the neighbor's perspective. I think those tend to weigh against having a shelter, including whatever cost it may have. So that is the perspective that I'm bringing to you tonight.
Katie, who determines, are we permitted to just say, don't build a bus stop?
We asked for it.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is that the developer was going to pay for it, because if they don't, then the town has to pay for it. So if it's needed in the future,
I was going to say, if it's
then
needed.
the town would have to pay for it at that point, which...
But we have the neighborhood association saying they don't want it.
Well, we have one person saying...
Oh, no, I think...
or the association, right. I think that we should talk to DPW about that, just to get their comments on it. Because in the email where the Riverside Association asked, the one that's been put on the record, asked about the bus stop, I did send that to DPW, and their comment was that they looked at the comments that have been made by the Riverside Association and feel that this is in the right place.
That this isn't the right place.
Is the right place.
Oh, that is.
Right. So whether or not one is desirous or not is one point, but they have noted that this is the right place for it in the area.
Right, I think the question was between this site versus some other site in Riverside, not whether one was desired or necessary for this particular site.
That's my point. I think we should discuss that with DPW. is my
Well, I
point.
could get you a quick answer tonight, I'm sorry. I guess I can't.
I'm sorry?
I'm finding this discussion a little strange. We're developing, we have a development in front of us that's providing a moderate income housing on the Post Road corridor. We've all talked about the need for the use of public transportation, and that these types of developments should be on public transportation uses. It would seem to me that the discussion of a bus stop seemed to be kind of something we really shouldn't have to be assuming whether there's a bus stop there or not.
Oh, no, the bus stop will be there.
Yes,
The
shelter or
shelter
not. It's one of those things, we're trying to promote, public transportation. And to me, one of the aspects of public transportation is a bus stop that's covered so you can actually use it at all times, in inclement weather, whether it is or not, because that's what we're trying to promote. To me, if we have a bus stop here with a shelter and we had one up at the Commons and anywhere else that we needed them, we should be doing that. I don't think it adds any kind of urbanization of Greenwich. I think what it does is actually takes us to where we want to be, is promoting the public transportation.
The closest one I could find is at the Walgreens. I can't find another one getting all the way into Cos Cob. So
No, there's running.
covered.
There's actually two at Armstrong Court, one on one side, one on the other side of the street of Hamilton Avenue.
I'm saying
Yeah.
Correct. Between Walgreens and Cos Cob School, there is no other covered bus stop. And I've run this route hundreds of times. I know this.
Question, who decides where you get a covered bus stop?
We just asked for it because it seemed like a good idea. from
Right,
what I
so I'm
remember.
hearing the neighborhood doesn't mind a bus stop, they just don't want the covered bus stop.
so random.
No, no. We have to go one at a time.
I think I've articulated safety reasons to not have the covered bus stop. It prevents more of a visual obstruction to traffic.
right, well,
In
that's
addition, there are potential loitering spaces created by a shelter.
The bus stop,
We've heard you guys and we'll study it. I think that's the answer, right?
Covered bus stop.
the bus stop across the street is not
Yes.
covered.
Correct.
Yeah, so we've heard you guys and we'll study it, and it makes a lot of sense to evaluate it with DPW.
I think what it looks like, though, should be an issue as well.
It's not a
Well,
random.
there's a standard in town.
But
It's a
just to,
lovely standard.
the reason we ask for it is because it's a residential development, and we try to ask for covered bus stops every time we get additional residential development that's multifamily, and that's what we've been doing in the past. It's not this, wherever it's on a bus route,
We didn't do it across the street.
but that's tiny.
The state treasure.
Yeah, I mean, that was tiny, that was only a couple of apartments.
Yeah, like I've said, I haven't seen any covered bus stops by primarily residential
We
areas.
had a big development proposed to us that didn't pass, and we asked for the bus stop there.
I appreciate you looking out for our neighborhood, but
It's not
I,
random, I'm just being clear that it's not random. It's whenever we get a multifamily that's significant on the bus route, which isn't that often.
Anything else?
thank you for your consideration.
Thanks
Good night.
very much.
Thanks.
No, it's just-
Did you want to put anything else on the record but one at a time?
Again, Elizabeth Peldunas. My only request related to covered bus stops is that, as I observe over 10 years of travel through this intersection, the vast majority of people who are waiting on that corner are waiting on the Chase side, and they are traveling eastbound or northbound on Route 1.
But you know they have to come back.
I know they have to come back, but then they're getting off the bus, and what are they going to do? Stand in the sheltered bus stop? To me, it should be a statistical basis of what stops are highly used so that a cover would benefit the most people.
And the way we answered it was, when we have a significant multifamily development on the bus route, which is Route 1, we always ask for one because the expectation is, especially if you're doing moderate income or affordable, that you're going to have people using public transportation, because that's the requirement for doing these, is to have it on a bus route. So the only reason I was sounding cranky was because this isn't like we're pulling it out of the sky and saying randomly, oh, let's do a sheltered bus stop. We're saying, hey, getting multifamily on the bus route, we're required to have access to transportation, boom, let's give them. So it's a sequence. It's not like we just felt like it.
No,
But I hear you, and we'll study it and make sure there's enough volume.
Okay, and I just, as I always stand here and say, what's the plan? It seems to me that we should have a cohesive plan across Putnam Avenue from the west side of town to the east as how we're going to approach all this
You've heard
stuff.
it. There is a cohesive plan.
Of what covered bus stops look
Ad
like
hoc.
and where they are and those kinds of
They all look the
things.
same, they're hideous, but
Right,
that's not the
so
point.
I'm excited about our hideous bus stop coming.
That's not my point. The point
I
is
know.
there is a cohesive plan when you have a multifamily on the bus route and you're doing moderate
Okay.
income or affordable. You try to give them a place to wait for the bus because that's why they're building their
Understood.
transportation.
Understood.
I can tell you places in town where we need them.
Okay.
But we always ask for them in those
Okay,
situations.
understood.
So
I
there
was
is a
just
plan.
operating on statistics. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you put a covered bus stop outside of the old Greenwich where the multifamily proposal would be? On Sound Beach? What?
bus that goes down there.
There's no bus, there's no public transportation
No,
down through there at all?
that
no bus
proposal
route.
has to do with the train station.
All right. I agree with Liz, though, that this should be statistically driven, not, I understand your thinking, but this stop doesn't have usage, so it just is a bizarre situation.
It's not a multifamily development at this location at this time.
Okay, but
I'm sorry.
it's going to be
I think we've
teachers,
killed it.
police officers, or nurses. They're all going to be driving to their jobs. They're not going to be riding a bus.
Thank you.
Since the reason that we're here is we're trying to save my client money to be able to build it, I don't really want to necessarily speak in favor of the bus stop, but I do take Mr. McRae's comments as what was the purpose of bringing the bus stop there to begin with. It's on a state highway. It is.
said that, not Mr.
And for your comments as well, Ms. Albin.
We will study it.
Okay, we'll study it.
And in terms of traffic, your own traffic evaluator here in Town Hall has also said that they don't have an issue with the change on the second floor. And we'll come back to you with the information that you requested. Thank you.
This one's left open. Number 9, which is Mark and Deborah Shore.
Hello again, Eric Brower for the applicants. This is the first time you're seeing it, because I think we got preempted by a storm the last time when we were
And
going
then you postponed, I think. after
Yes.
that.
So we had what was going to be originally a relatively simple application became very complicated when Mr. Marucci found in his files a letter from many years ago of a neighbor complaining that the detention system in the open space of the subdivision was never properly either completed or documented or as built. So he wanted to hold up his review of this project until we had this detention in the open space issue resolved. So knowing that that was kind of a hostage situation, he agreed to work with us, and what we came up with is we did the whole inspection and analysis and documented the existing conditions on the open space drainage, worked through his issues for the drainage on the house addition, and so he's agreed to approve it with the two projects going side by side with the requirement that no TCO or CO for this be granted until that's resolved. So both will proceed simultaneously. So that's what that nuance about the TCO condition was.
The Health Department has approved 6 bedrooms.
Yes.
The only question I have is I know there's space above the garage that's right, I think on the drawings it's shown as a health or an exercise room or something. Did that even get run by health to see if they count that as a bedroom?
Yes, we did a preliminary meeting with them. So it's a 6-bedroom system. There's 5 real bedrooms. There's the exercise room, which you can count then as a bedroom. And then there's a playroom opposite. So since it has access to a full bath in the hall, that may become a question we looked at with the health staff, how we would modify the opening so it's not actually a room. It's going to have a wider space, which is what they allow. So for the entrance, so that meets then their standard. So when following your approval, before we get a building permit, they actually go room by room and stamp the plans or not, and then we go ahead. So we don't see an issue with that at all.
Okay, so it is a 6-bedroom system, but there still will only be 5 bedrooms. Is that
Yeah, there's
what
only
you're saying?
5 real bedrooms, so
Yeah.
we can make an exercise room one, we're
Okay.
good, and we can play with an opening for the other
Okay.
one. So that was the only thing on that. And then the other concerns was some grading needed to be shown, the height of the wall, no more than 4 feet, that's all.
It seems to be
done.
correct.
So we're hopeful that having got kind of blindsided that we can get approval and move on with phase 2.
I have no further questions. Does anybody else have any questions in the commission? Any comments from the public? And we'll close it.
Thank you. Hopefully, tonight, decision.
Well.
Depends on how late the other one goes.
Let's put it this way. Well, we'll see.
Okay, thank you.
We usually try to do it.
I understand. Appreciate it.
Number 10, Michael J. Banks.
Yeski for Marbury and Hartman for Fox.
Oh,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
okay, could you hang on just a second?
Sure.
Mr. Hardman, you know you're seated on this? You were on it originally for Mr. Fox and Mr. Yeski. You're on it for Mr. McRae. Okay? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the applicant, Tim Peck, architect, was at the briefing yesterday, so I know there were a few comments. One, I did want to submit, I brought a large copy of both, but I do have an updated landscape plan and an updated survey if you want.
We'll pass them for you if you want.
Okay. One of each. And then there's a survey and a site development plan. They were submitted for ARC, but somehow we didn't get the right one for the commission.
So ARC is tomorrow night, right?
ARC is tomorrow night, yes. So the coordination was the landscape plan to allow for the switch from the stair from the back to the front. That's primarily the main change. The other one, as you noted yesterday, was the addition of a door at the back. It's not for bringing equipment out. It's not for parking back there. It's just for access to the rear yard.
Why don't you just put a door in?
We can put a double door if the commission would prefer the double door. It's probably going to be a decision from ARC, would be my guess, but
I'm sorry?
it will primarily come down to ARC's decision, I would guess, but if the commission wants to
Well, you must.
reduce this to a double door, we can put a double door.
I'm just sort of curious why you even need a double door. What's the attraction to the rear yard?
The 10 feet of space that we have in the back with a lot of plantings back there. It's a nice little yard. We addressed the engineering comments. There were a few things that we had to address prior to zoning permit. Sewer was okay. ARC we have, as you noted, tomorrow. The 6110, I guess there's a little bit of paperwork we still have left to do. Patrick, is that correct, or are we caught up?
We need the affordability plan.
Okay.
And,
Little door would be.
and also the unit needs to be declared as to which unit is going to be the.
Okay. All right. I assume you'll have to leave it open anyway to go to ARC and come back, so. And there was a question on for finalizing the uses. I think you had settled on it, which was that the garage, which I'll throw the mea culpa out there as I left the word workshop on there. We can't have a workshop in the flood zone, so it's garage or storage. There was a question of whether or not that would be a condition that's acceptable, to have that as a condition. I think that's certainly amenable, which leaves us with 466 square feet of retail and office on the first floor, which would require 3.1 parking spaces, a little retail space in the front, and the rear office would be considered the either office or the jobbing establishment, depending on how you want to label that. We reduced the number of apartments from 4 to 3, maintaining one affordable unit on the second floor, and combining the 2 apartments on the upper level to a 2-bedroom unit, which would give us 3 spaces for the apartments, 1 space plus 1 handicapped outside for the business, as well as 2 garage spaces for the business. Aside from that, I think you guys had a couple other comments, but I will end with that.
The comment that I had is do we need the handicap space when the access to the retail space is not handicapped accessible?
By code, we have to provide a handicap space. That's something that we can address potentially as we go through this. We know we have to file a mod for, to use a lift on the stair, or
So are you going to do that? Are you going to provide the lift?
we will provide whatever
Try
we
to
are
get that.
required to. We're going to try, because of the flood zone,
Yeah.
we have a hardship. I've already spoken to the state about it, so
And?
we don't have anything formal yet, but we're waiting to get through this before we file our formals.
What
But
do you think? Are they going to say no
I think
lift?
they would require us to maintain a handicap spot regardless of whether or not, the way it was explained to me from the state is they start from the street and work their way in. So once they're on the property, then they work to get in the building, and then you work to make everything else accessible. So because it's a new structure, it's a little less leeway than if it was an existing building that we were converting. But I would like to reiterate that in the times when the commercial business is not open, that the spaces, that there is adequate space in front of the garage to allow for 2 tandem spaces, which would provide us with, although I know the
Well, not
commission
really,
can't count,
because you
we
block
can't count them.
You block the handicap space.
Which is not required for the residential component, only for the commercial component.
No, I understand.
So we think we've tried to solidify things. Again, we have ARC tomorrow night. We've tried to address the commission's concerns, and I'm happy to answer any other comments or questions.
I don't have any. I don't have any more. Anybody else have any comments? Anybody else? Comments?
The garage doors themselves, just consider your street elevations got a sense of that residential feel rather than a commercial garage door, if you can do something a little bit more.
We actually were discussing that earlier. I think we're going to eliminate the transoms above it and have it more of a residential garage door
Like
feel
a
on the
door
front.
feel,
Yes,
yeah.
not a commercial glass door, but it would be,
Let ARC
yeah, we have them
take a
tomorrow
shot at
night,
it,
so
you, and then if we disagree with them,
that's fine.
we'll let Mr. McRae have his way.
I have one question. Could you put your landscape plan up there? I see some steps or something coming out of the,
Yep.
I'm not sure what those are.
The stairs that they were going to remove are still there?
No,
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
what are those?
Those are the stairs that we took out the stairs in the back and moved them to the front. So that's where that
Oh, I
that
just
door is in
assumed
the
that
front.
that door was there and it came down and
No, it
opened
comes down,
right
there's a
out.
small landing and a couple steps in the front.
Oh,
That's all. That's what that is. And it's actually recessed in, the building comes out, so the landing is covered and the steps are outside of the building overhang.
I just assumed that the bottom of the steps was the exit. The door was out. Wasn't the door?
We
Okay.
tried to keep this way, the landing is up out of the flood zone, so that the building, when we do the platform for the stair inside, can be a wood stair rather than bring it all the way down. We'd have to mix materials and play around with that, so.
Gotcha. Thank you. Any comments from the public? We'll leave this open then.
Yeah, we'll be, ARC tomorrow night, and we'll get Patrick whatever he needs for the 6110. Thank you.
Item number 11, a zoning change to create a P-zone.
Good evening. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. This is a proposal to change a property in the R6 zone to a P zone. The requirements are that it needs to be adjacent to a commercial zone, and it has more than sufficient lineal footage between the GB zone to the north and the proposed P zone. We also have revised the plan to provide for the 5 feet of screening along the street and 15 feet of planting strip along the residential side on the south and on the east. We have a landscape plan, which I'll go over in the next application. And
Just to let you know that the engineering drawing that you're showing us does not agree with the landscape plan.
that's because we had not yet coordinated the two, which I have done this afternoon, which I was going to share with you as part of the second application, but I can certainly provide that now. Landscape architect Matt Pop has coordinated his plan to meet what SE Minor has on the plan on the board.
Just quick visual, how do you don't have the 23 feet behind those first spaces coming into the lot, do you?
No, that's why as part of this, we have a circulation plan showing how the cars can come in and out of those spaces, which is one of the other sheets that's part of the SE Minor set.
No, but I'm just saying, okay. Visually, I mean, it's not 23 feet.
So on sheet 7 of the SE Minor set, there are two passenger vehicle templates, one for space 25 and the other for space 10, showing how those movements would be accomplished, even though the 23 feet, as you mentioned, is not provided for on the on space number 10.
Why? It seemed like everything was working out with the landscape plan, because you've also, I think, the entrances between the entrance to this P zone and the entrance to the Lamborghini, there's something wrong there, because the P zone can't have that driveway as close to the residential as you've got it. I think it's got to be set back.
We did revise that so that it would be the 15 feet that's required as part of the...
No, I know that you've revised, you brought the parking lot, but the entrance to that parking lot also has to be 15 feet back. Making me go back.
I do see...
regulations again.
Yeah, it looks like actually on this plan that measures is 12 feet, so we will have to make that 15.
Yeah, like I say, the landscape plan seemed to work, and I can't find I have to go. I mean, if you look at 6-118, which is the, okay, 6-118AC, there's a 5-foot.
A2,
AC.
capital C, there shall be no access, drive, or parking spaces within 15 feet of
not
such
B,
residential
C.
zone.
A 5-foot planting strip shall be provided between the parking area and the street. You had that on the landscape plan.
Yes.
Loading and unloading zones shall not be permitted within it. Where any P zone abuts any residential zone, there shall be no access, drive, or parking spaces within 15 feet. So you've complied with the parking spaces not being 15 feet, but the access to that parking lot is within 15 feet.
In looking at that plan, yes, that it needs to be 3 feet farther over. That's correct.
But that's...
Well, I don't know, the trouble is, hard not to keep mixing these things up.
I know it is, and isn't it part of, in a way, it is part of the subdivision because it's the location of the driveway?
There's no subdivision, zoning
It's part of
change.
the zoning change because it's...
The P zone, yeah.
Has to have, the driveway has to have access, so, well, sort of, because we do have P zones that...
I notice on the engineering drawings that you keep showing a separation of 50 feet between those two driveways. Is that some sort of a DPW requirement?
Yes.
So the battle is set between DPW having 50 feet and the P-zone having to have 15 feet from a residential.
Well, we need to meet the P-zone requirement, and we'll work with Public Works on the other dimension.
Is this supposed to provide part of the required?
No, I know, you know what it is? It says it's not supposed to be required parking, but then in the language, when you get into the language of 618, it says for business uses, business and employees, it's, God, I gotta get that right.
It says the following uses are permitted in the P-zone, and A2 is off-street parking of the
Right.
private passenger vehicles of customers, patrons, guests, employees, proprietors,
Right.
or persons giving day-to-day personal attention to the conduct of one or more of the permitted uses in the adjoining business zone. So here we would propose to have our employees and customers utilize the spaces here. There would be no inventory, which would be located here. The inventory would be just on the 300 West Putnam site.
So you have 8 spaces, outside spaces. I'm assuming your inventory will be stored in one of the outside spaces and not interior.
We have 3 in...
You have 3 in the showroom.
In the showroom.
But that's not, is that inventory?
Yes.
Okay, but I think, I forgot that, I'm sorry, I've got to backtrack us to the required parking. What I think this is meant to say is that the P-zone can't give you the required parking. However, it can't help you meet the required parking. However, patrons and employees can use it, but it can't be part of the required parking. That's what I decided last weekend as I was rereading it, that it's not that it's contradictory between A2 and E. It says a P-zone may not be used to meet the parking requirements of 158. But then you go back and you say, yeah, it can provide off-street parking for customers, patrons, employees, et cetera. It just can't be part of the required parking.
And that is how it reads.
That's how it reads.
However,
So
that's not how we treated it with
I get that.
261 West Putnam across the street
that
with
we have
Mercedes.
we got a list of all the ones we have, and to be honest, yeah, I get that we've been inconsistent over time. The commission has been inconsistent in how it's been applied. That does not mean that we have to misinterpret our regulations again.
Well, I think
It means that we can take corrective action if we have done it wrong in the past.
That's a big if.
Right. But if
That's a big if.
Yeah, it is a
just for
big
the
if,
record.
but I don't have any information to judge what has been done in the past, and so if someone says it's been inconsistent, okay, I understand that from looking at the ones we have, that they have very different attributes.
Right, and
And I can't quite get a grip on how those attributes came to create these P-zones, but there's no reason for us not to move forward as we see fit. I get frustrated when people say, well, you may not have done it right in the past. That's not a reason to keep doing it wrong.
one of the things I think you realize from the information we provided on how this particular store would operate, it's rather unique. The number of annual sales that they're looking at, if this were to occur in one of the other dealerships on a monthly basis, the general manager would probably lose his job. But this is a unique kind of dealership, and
the relevance of that to what I was saying is, I'm not getting.
You don't need the same amount of parking that would be required for a different, if this were Audi
Regulations are
or...
No. We have the discretion under 6158 to
I know
modify
we do,
those.
but there's no reason to say, oh, okay.
Well, and my
Okay,
point
go ahead.
being that this is unique. There was discussion yesterday at the briefing about this should be, if there is going to be an approval, one of the conditions should be that it is specific to the Lamborghini. And we don't have an issue with that. This is what we're proposing. This works well here. With some of the other information I provided to you, many of the customers buying these vehicles don't even come to the showroom, and the cars aren't delivered to them here. The cars are delivered to them at their homes.
Yeah, the
So
problem,
there's...
the problem I have with making it very specific to Lamborghini is someone's going to come up and say, yeah, but you're not letting us use our property. Lamborghini goes away and somebody says, oh, you're making our property sit idle by not letting us.
And then you have to look at what conditions would be appropriate
Go
to be
ahead.
able to use.
See, I think one of the unique things about the Lamborghini proposal is that our regulations require 5 parking spaces per service bay, which is the biggest component.
And that's assuming that there would be
I
active
understand.
turnover.
You stepped on my lines.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm saying that, given your letter, that the turnover in these service bays is de minimis. In other words, you're saying a car may be in there for a week.
Correct.
And therefore, that's like, I mean, we have accommodated, there's 5 parking spaces per service bay, but there's nobody using on a turnover basis the service bays.
Correct. It's, because I asked them...
I think that is something that we can decide that's relevant or it's not relevant to this particular thing. What Ms. Albin is saying is true. This is being designed for a very, very unique kind of customer, and it doesn't translate well to Ford or Chevrolet or something.
And if Ford were to want to use this, it would be appropriate for the commission to look at how this site would work with a different dealer. And I think that that's why, when you were discussing yesterday whether this should be specific to this particular manufacturer, I think that that's an appropriate restriction to have.
So in other words, if McLaren wants to come in, they're also a low dealer, or low, I don't know what their turnover is, but they might be able, I don't even know. I mean, I don't even know what their parking, they have a place in Greenwich, don't they?
They do. How about Tesla?
They do.
On the street.
Do we know
Tesla could
anything
use-
about the parking on that particular project?
They've got a lot of parking along the coast. They've got automobile inventory.
Yeah, your mic's not on.
McLaren has they have inventory from time to time on their post road.
But the point I'm trying to, because Lamborghini is apparently requiring this dealership to have 4 service bays, and I don't know whether that's the same thing with the McLaren, has the number of service bays like that. They may only have 1 or 2. So I don't know what the relationship is between the parking. The good thing is, with this one, they're not parking in front of the building. That's one of the few automobile dealerships that doesn't have parking in the front.
Is this more akin to Tesla?
Actually, yes, it's very much akin to Tesla, that many of the customers aren't coming to the showroom, they're buying online or over the phone, and the cars are delivered to their homes rather than coming to the dealership. So I think Tesla, excuse me, is very much akin or appropriate comparison to this.
I think an interesting thing is that we're looking at this proposal in total based on a specific vehicle type, exotic, low sales, custom made, so on and so forth. I would think that actually, if this business model goes sideways, and basically it's not selling in town, which would be odd, we've let the cat out of the bag. It's an approved.
Well, no, I think that's the question. It has to, how do we, if we, Katie, can we approve this just for Lamborghini?
No.
Well, no, but you have a set of, have a set of limits that you can impose upon the site based on the site restrictions. It would apply to any other dealership that comes in here. So whether it's Lamborghini or Ford, the restrictions that you put on this site apply to both.
You have
But
to
what
have
restriction?
Volume, traffic flow, et cetera. You can't do something that's brand specific because if a different brand comes in, I think it's restraint of trade. I'm not totally sure, but I think you cannot do it based on the name of the company. You have to do it based on standards that can be applied to other people.
But the approval runs with the land regardless of the tenant.
I'm sorry.
Exactly.
The approval runs with the land regardless of the tenant.
So it has to be consistent.
Can we even do it?
Yes, but you have to
No,
say.
no, just a second, because since it's a use group 5.
Right, so yes, you can say, because there's X number of parking spaces, there's only enough parking for a certain number of employees, a certain amount of turnover, et cetera. That's a site plan issue.
See, the only thing that makes any sense in this at all is that the number of spaces for the service requirement seems to me out of, I never heard of it, like you go in and you leave your car for a week. Was my car, which used to go in for weeks, but
Well, not the Infinity.
no, the Porsche.
Really.
Yeah, Porsche.
It's very temperamental vehicle.
Somebody else's car.
Uh,
Okay, so-
I mean, that's what to me, that's about the only mitigating thing that I can find that would say that Section 6158 would not apply.
You have to
Because
be-
it's an outweighted to the service. So how can we make that specific? How do you say a service bay can only do one car per week?
Yes, that's basically, we could not have lower than X amount of cars in and out of the site, or whatever way you want to write it, but it's got to be a general thing that's.
We can do that? Oh,
It's got to
okay.
be fair standards that anybody could meet if they want to put in a business. You can't be biased for one company.
It would be a situation where you can't say that it's limited to a brand.
A brand.
Excuse me, Lamborghini.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But
You
we
can
could,
say that it's limited to a
We could say there's
low-volume
5
dealership.
brands.
Huh?
Yeah, we could sort of
Yeah, you've got it.
stipulate like
You
5
know-
brands.
You know antitrust law to some extent, right? You do too, right? I mean, it's just, we just can't do restraint of trade.
All right, but the question is,
But how
would
do
we
you-
be okay with those kinds of restrictions, like the service
Yes.
bay shall only be used for one car per week?
Well,
Something like-
but how do you manage it? I mean, how do you enforce it? I mean, my issue is you can
Lieutenant
write
has to
it,
come
but
back.
If I could give an example, earlier this evening, you approved auto storage, and you had certain limitations, actually, many limitations and conditions that were put in, no more than 50 cars a day, and a number of others, in order to be able to provide that the use on that site, whoever might be
Yeah.
storing cars there, would not affect the neighborhood and would be appropriate for the property. And I would look to do something similar here without using the name Lamborghini to provide control so that the commission knows that this isn't going to end up as a high-volume dealer after, or in the event, Lamborghini is not successful. My client believes that it will be successful. That's why he's purchased the properties already and has the franchise from.
No businessman goes into a business thinking he's going to be unsuccessful.
No, but.
The dark clouds
This
follow them
particular
at some
client has
other-
had a good deal of success with
So he
other
runs out
high-end dealers.
Lamborghinis in other places?
He has one in the Philadelphia area.
Well, then
along
couldn't
with
you
other
ask
high-end cars.
Lamborghini to give us some numbers as to what would be typical in the service bay? I mean, they have.
Well, no,
That's what I provided.
Where the one
It's
per week comes from.
One a week, except for
I thought that was just
what
made
they
up out of the
refer
air.
to as
No.
the dead bay, which is a car that could sit there for several weeks.
Instead of saying one a week per bay, if we could put it in terms of something which is more universal, like no more usage than one bay, even though you have 4 bays, you won't have any more usage than, say, a typical one bay.
No, you know, I would rather, listen, if they're giving us, they're telling us it's 1 per week, I'd rather use what they're telling us, because it's much more restrictive.
I did review that with my client. He was comfortable with that concept, because first I said 1 a day, and he said, no, that's not true. It's really 1 a week.
The only reason for doing this, Marguerite, is to see if we can find out
yeah,
the
4
required
bays would
parking.
be
I
is-
agree with you. I mean, I totally agree with you. I just,
And how many mechanics?
I know there would be 2 mechanics.
Per bay or?
No,
No, total. You probably, so essentially
You're not going to be messing with my car.
okay, so,
you basically got 2 active bays and 2 storage bays.
Well, no, but the active bay is only going to have 1 guy working in it on a car for a week. I mean, he's probably sitting most of the, I don't know what he's doing most of the time. It seems stunning to me. But if that's the restriction they're going to give us, and they're willing to have it placed on the site plan, that knocks out a Ford dealer. You know, so
This
I think
is-
it would really be pretty restrictive to any other use.
Well, in WAG.
Understood.
We would have to
Yeah.
submit
Well-
something for,
and if it stops being a car dealership, how do you make that low volume?
Well, the car dealer, if it stops being a car dealership, it would have to come back to us for the new
Right.
use.
Right.
So then the new use comes back, so if it's not use group 5, it comes back to us. Okay, and as long as it remains use group 5, the base can have no more than 1 car per week on average? Is that what you said?
well.
That was their letter to us.
There are 4 bays.
That's the business model here, and a condition that we would be agreeable with.
I thought it'd tell you.
I hope they don't,
Yeah, I know.
but I don't know. Mine hasn't broken yet, but. Okay, backing up.
Back to the P-zone.
Backing up to the P-zone. How do you guys feel about the kind of restrictions that we would place on the final application before us as
On the
the P?
P-zone?
No. The P-zone only can work if we can convince ourselves that the auto dealership is not going to be using the P-zone to meet its required parking. And the required parking is up to us to decide how we interpret 6158. So if you all feel that we can come up with a way to do it,
Mr. Hegney, there's, in total, in the whole building, you've got 2 mechanics and 4 staff?
What they're anticipating in a letter that I sent to staff back in May is that there would be 3 sales staff, 1 accountant, 1 service manager, a parts manager, and 2 valet or porters,
And then 2 mechanics.
and 2 mechanics. Yes.
12? 12.
10, it was 10.
10?
10 total.
But 2 of those are working in the service area.
Correct.
All right.
And the current count on,
on site is 8.
on site is 8.
Correct.
So you can't even get on your own site the 10 employees that you say are there.
Well, for employees, we could provide for tandem parking, which is done fairly regularly for
You're-
employee parking.
I don't think that's going to work at all, because when you look at your turning movements and everything for the trucks and the trash removal and all the stuff coming into that lot, I don't think tandem's going to work. And it's an angled parking, too.
But if the parking for the bays is inside, so now, and what's the total employee count?
The total employee count was 10.
We've got to lose 2 employees.
So,
And then where do the customers park?
Customers can park in the B.
No, they can't.
Yes, they can.
customers can
We
park.
could provide also for some parking along the east side of the
I
building.
don't think so. You're going to block the door into your detail bay.
Well, if the employees are there, then they could move their vehicle if they needed to bring a car in to the detail bay.
Oh. Sounds like,
I'm just curious, what do 3 salesmen do if you're only selling 90 cars a year?
I don't think these are impulse buying that's going on.
Yeah.
I think it's a matter of cultivation. There's a lot online, there's a lot on the phone. It's not.
Walk in.
It's not, yeah, it's not, I had a burger at McDonald's and I want to buy a Lamborghini.
You never know.
No, it's true, and I suppose my client hopes that
Yeah, they
that
do.
might occur, but I don't think he's holding his breath on that. It's really being able to cultivate the relationship, explain the value of owning a high-performance car like this, and then having somebody purchase it.
So,
Mr. Higgy.
The only other thing I can think of is, and you did this at Mercedes, where you ended up parking on the roof.
We did earlier, and then as we got to the additional stages where we took the car wash and put it in the back of the building and put the parts, we eliminated that parking on the upper level as part of that revision. That was part of the negotiations between Mr. Penske and the neighbors.
Okay.
let me just ask, so,
Well, just a second.
Sorry.
But that being the case, nevertheless, if you had you can't park under the building, there's no space to park there. The only other space available to park is on the roof.
okay, hold on a second, though. How many square feet of usable indoor space does the building have?
We have 3 cars in the showroom, and then the 5.
No, total usable space. 'Cause
Oh,
the
I'm
way
sorry.
158's written, it's one parking space for every 250 square feet, plus 5 spaces for the service bay. I'm hearing everybody say we can waive the service bay parking because there won't be queuing for the service bays.
We have,
And there's no required customer parking, and there's no required employee parking. There's just the total square footage of the building.
Well, because the square footage of the building implies that
Yeah.
there's going to be
So-
space in there for the salesmen, the
There's-
customers.
Right, so how many total usable indoor square feet do you have?
excluding the area for the service bays themselves, it's 4,896 square feet.
So that's, you need 16 spaces.
15, actually.
No, cuatro por, if it's 16,000, it's,
You're 4,896 times .75, it gives you 3,672 divided by 250,
okay,
gives you 14.68.
okay. So 15 spaces,
Yes.
okay.
Now, normally, the way we count spaces, 16 would work, because we always allow, but it doesn't, what I'm afraid of is it doesn't work realistically, because you've got 10 employees, so,
Yeah, but if we're applying 6158, just straight from the book, which is all we have to do, they just need the 15 spaces. That's all we got to do. They just have to comply with the regulation, right? Now, do I like it? That's not the question, but to comply with 6158, all they gotta do is have the one space for every 250, and then you just have to make the decision how much of the service bay parking you're willing to waive. Because in theory, you need at least 2 spaces for the
Well,
guys who work in service.
in theory, you could literally, oh. Well,
Right,
go-
because they're gonna be there every day. So whether you only have 1 customer a week, you still have the 2 guys who work there. So even if you waive the 5 spaces per bay, you would still need, so instead of needing, it's
Well.
4 bays, right?
There are 4 service bays and the one detail
There's one
bay.
detailing, which is the same thing, that's still got 5 spaces.
Still 5 spaces.
That's how the commission has always considered it.
So
Cinco
we,
por- Cinco por cinco, you would need 25 just for that. But we're saying we would waive all that, but you have to have at least 2 spaces for the employees. So that brings you to 17 spaces that you need. Required parking we would say is 17 spaces.
Angle was like this.
I thought you
Like
was
that.
15, you've got 5 in the building, so you need 10 outside.
no, you don't have, you've got 8, technically, you've got 8 in the building.
8 in
Because
the
you got your
building
3.
and 8 outside.
3 showroom, and then 5, 1 car's always parked in the service bay, right?
Right.
So,
But
So you got, so that's 8, but, so.
so they have 8 in the
Gives you-
building and 8 outside.
Total on the parking, you're saying we've interpreted that you have 16 spots.
Yes, that's the way we've done all automobile.
Okay, I'm getting
To
to
date.
17 because
Where
we're
did you
waiving.
tell me, where did you come up?
Because the way the regulation reads, you need 5 spaces for each service bay.
And there's,
And we're waiving that.
Yes.
By saying that they're not gonna be doing that much service, but we should at least have 2 spaces for the mechanics.
But that's what the.
but then you get
No, the
get people.
250, the 5 per service bay is what that is. The 250 is for the rest of the dealership. The service bays are assumed to need 1 space for the mechanic, and then 3 queuing. The way we used to do it was 3 queues, 3 in the queue. But that's for like a normal place that's doing oil changes and tire inflation. and-
So are you saying we're 1 spot short?
Which we could, look, I mean, that's, so it's.
That's,
we
I'm
have
just
comments.
saying is.
If we're close enough to 1 space,
We
then
could
what I would
accommodate that.
suggest, we'll put enough, we'll have to put enough restrictions on 300, then we can go back and look at the P-zone and say that it's not being used to meet the required parking for the building.
Okay, so I don't
But that
have
means when we get to the building, we've got to be very creative.
Okay, so here's the thing. What I think you're saying is that we really need to work on the site plan at the same time that we're trying to figure out the P-zone.
No,
Can we-
because one's got to come, the P-zone's got to come first, and the only reason we've done what we've done is to try to satisfy the fact that the P-zone will not be used to satisfy the 6158.
What I was going to suggest to you is that we leave the P-zone open and try to work the site plan and then come back. But the problem is that P-zone is a must-decide tonight unless we get an extension, I think.
And also, it's in the public
They're all-
hearing, and the rest of the stuff
And the
is
regular-
not.
But that
yeah.
doesn't matter, I mean, we can make the record and.
I think we need to make a change with the driveway
Yeah.
in order to meet the 15 feet. And happy to provide the extension so that we can make
Okay.
that modification and have what I think is probably the better plan, which is the landscape plan that you've already seen versus
Yes.
the
It
plan
does work.
that is on the engineering drawings.
The only thing I would comment to you on the landscape plan is that the east end, the spaces are getting very wide, and the last space in the east end has no hammerhead to back out. If you put the landscape up again, that's not the landscape. If you look at the thing where the parking breaks, where it doesn't follow the property line, sort of, well, you're.
Oh, here.
Yeah.
Yep.
You'll notice that there are 3 spaces in there that seem extra large.
Yes.
If you go to 9, 9, 10, you then create enough at the end of that parking area to have a little bit of a hammerhead to back out, not across into that parking.
I think if you, the purpose of this is to be able to back out here.
Well, let's put it this way. What I'm suggesting to you would still be compliant with the regs and make it easier for that last space to be used, is all. There's no reason to have 11, 11, 11 when you're going to have 9, 9, 10 plus the extra space.
Okay, yes, I hear what you're saying.
The next thing is, I thought that let me ask the question. Can somebody go around this site and show me the fencing? And I thought also that ARC was looking for a fence between the P-zone and the other.
I'll let Matt Pop, our landscape architect, go over that with you.
Good evening, Matt Pop, landscape architect. We have basically two fences. One is the black aluminum fence that was on. And the rendering shows what the fence looks like right through here.
No, I just want to see where it is on the plans.
So that is located along this perimeter to here.
Yeah.
And it's along through here. And then it follows up, if needed, on this, there's a wall up along here. The solid fence goes around the kind of the dumpster area here.
Well, the solid fence is on your drawing is shown, yeah, it's shown different areas than you just marked out.
This one. Then it's showing.
So you're saying there's two fences there?
This one, yeah, they're along the property line. It kind of goes around this tree here to provide the screening for the neighbors. And that's the 6-foot solid fence right here. And then again, it wraps around the dumpster.
Your drawing shows that solid fence along the north property line behind McDonald's, is that correct? That
Over here?
note?
Yeah.
Behind McDonald's, yeah, what's that note read?
Well, right here, it shows this fence right here.
Doesn't that say solid fence,
It
the
does say
screening
that, but
fence?
actually it's had the wrong label here.
It says
That should be the
screening.
aluminum fence, that's mislabeled. But right here, there's actually a chain link fence that backs up to McDonald's, so.
Well, I understand there's almost no reason for a fence there because that McDonald's wall is quite a bit above this parking lot, isn't it?
Correct. So,
It almost screens itself.
yes.
Huh?
Fence could be lost in that area.
I'm just saying that it's like a 6-foot change in grade there.
Correct.
Mr. Pop, one of the things that we had discussed was actually, we have the 6-foot screening fence at the property line. We have all of the landscape that is now inside the fence on the property owner's side.
Yes.
And then the bar fence on top of the wall going all the way around. One of the questions we had, would it be better if the screening fence was not there and let the landscape plan itself be the screening? And let the neighbors benefit from that as opposed
I
to
would
a
agree with that,
solid
yeah.
fence?
Or maybe have, I don't know, maybe we ask the owners of the properties what they prefer. And then you
I
can
don't think, I'm not sure we should do that.
It's just kind of not.
I think Mr. McRae's point is well taken. We have substantial landscaping there that
Right.
will provide a significant
And that's what you're
screen.
required to have is
And
landscaping.
we're required to have that.
Right.
And I think that's probably better than, because the house to the south is fairly close to the property line, and having the solid
Fence is
board
no good.
fence along there would probably not be the best. So,
You also want to be able to maintain it, too.
True.
Having no fence will make it easier to maintain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to drop the other shoe now. My landscape plan is stamp dated at the commission on July 6th. It's revised dated by Mr. Pop on 6/19. It shows 3 pole fixtures. 1, 2, 3. Correct. Okay. On the engineering site plan, civil engineering site plan, there was significantly more. I'm not too sure what ARC saw or if they even saw any of this, but it would seem to me we need to clarify that.
Yeah, actually, ARC did comment on that. We did revised photometric plans.
We got, which
and
actually we
the
couldn't read.
landscape plan now actually only has 3 fixtures on the property.
Okay.
So we'll make sure that those match up.
Okay.
And that
Well,
there
which is going to be, 3 or how many?
No, it's 3.
3.
Are we doing site
No,
plan now?
it's only 3.
It's only 3.
2 on the south side and 1 where
Right there.
his finger is. About
Okay,
right
so
now.
it's 3.
Yeah.
I guess we open the site plan.
Okay, so then I can take actually the landscape plan lighting as, okay, and that, the
Landscaping, I can't.
photometrics plan actually, which we couldn't read because it was too small, actually reflects 3.
And
Yes.
and our
Okay,
ARC's
reflects 3.
asking us to review the lighting, so it would be good if we had a good grip on it, because they deferred it to us.
No, I know, but we know where they're saying they're going. That's just 3 fixtures, 2 along the south side and 1 up there at the entrance.
With a timer on them to turn off.
Well, that's what we'll decide.
That would be a site plan
Site plan
issue,
issue.
but what we discussed with the zoning board of appeals
we can
and the ARC is they would be off from 7 PM to 7 AM.
Back to, again, my original question was, I thought I read something. Did ARC ask you to have a fence between those 2 parking areas? Or a separation of, I know they asked for a landscape separation.
They asked for some more treatment here, and actually, the landscape plan you have has
Little bit of it.
more there than this does. And I think when we look at this again, the engineering plan is going to really go back to the plan that we've given to you for the landscaping.
But when you shift the entry,
Turn your mic on.
when you shift the entry to the north, are you going to lose a couple of those spaces?
No, they go, yeah, they go, because they go.
Yes, because they'll go
parallel.
from perpendicular to parallel spaces.
But when they turn parallel, can that create more of a landscape?
Yes, what we talked about along
Sure,
here
but
was essentially a living fence, so that you have a very narrow planting area, but that it's growing on a fence structure. They thought that that would be appropriate
I don't see a
in this
sidewalk.
location.
Yeah, so how are you gonna get there? You make
The
the living
sidewalk is
fence,
there.
how are you gonna walk to the building?
No, I think
Oh,
you
that's
walk
the
to the
sidewalk.
building, you go out and walk
No,
down
you
the
go,
sidewalk
there's a sidewalk right here.
of Oak Ridge.
So that's the question, is what is your intention for customers? I mean, because I think it's better for the parking lot to be totally screened and not encourage people to
You don't want-
go through your landscape buffer.
Well, yeah, but the
And-
parking lot's supposed to be available to the public as well.
Right.
I suspect that what would happen here is what happens with Mercedes across the street, that when you drive in, a valet takes your car and they park it. And then when you come out, they bring your car back to you.
No, I understand, but I'm saying if a customer parks in the parking lot, the P-zone, because I assume you're creating that for some reason, because we just worked out where you didn't need the extra parking off-site, so you're creating it.
They do want to have the ability for overflow parking.
Well, you wanna have I'm suddenly
And if-
realizing that you're gonna have sales events, that's gonna be part of this program, isn't it? I
What,
mean,
they're gonna have what?
some sort of, they're gonna have little cocktail, like Miller does, there's events that happen at the Miller dealership.
They have a big lounge upstairs.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
so they're gonna
there's
have
people who
events,
park
and they're
there.
gonna
At the
have,
start of the road rally.
No, but-
whatever they do, they're gonna have.
But that's fine, because
That's fine.
that's
Yeah, no,
not
I get it.
required parking, so.
No, absolutely not, but
But
so you would have valet parking for something like that.
No, but if you're a customer and you park in the P-zone, wouldn't you go out and walk up the sidewalk on Oak Ridge?
No, they can't park there.
Into what was created as a entrance here, even though there's an entrance into the showroom. The ARC made a big deal about having some kind of entrance
shown on
here
your
that was
plans?
welcoming.
I don't think it is.
Yeah, that's shown on the plans.
Yeah, I think we need to pause
We
for
got to
just a
pause
second.
for a second, because Andy just left the room and he's seated, so we have to wait. Sorry, we can talk about something else maybe.
Actually,
No, you can't talk about the application. Sorry.
Dummy up.
it's a non-relevant question.
Did he ask permission?
No, he didn't ask permission, he just got up and left, and I don't think he realized that we would have to stop.
Well, he walked by and said, I'm still listening.
Yeah, but he's not.
He's not, he's in the bathroom,
No, I know.
so.
Okay, so, all right. I guess we
He'll be
can't
back
ask
in a
any
sec.
questions.
No. I know we're running out.
Sorry.
Dave asked me how many handfuls I ate in a night.
What, of chocolate?
Yeah,
You
and that's-
you eat a lot. Bring these in and they go home empty.
Actually, no, that's why I started meeting for that. I store them in between so they don't get stolen.
Mr. Hagney,
Can I go home now?
perhaps you could
Yeah.
do that. maybe.
Mr. Yeski, you're seated for Miss
Make use of our time.
Yes.
We have extras tonight.
Oh, that's the other thing. Well, you could be seated. Somebody could volunteer to be seated for Andy.
I'll volunteer.
The worst thing was he left his phone, so we can't tell him to hurry up. Okay, I'm gonna get, yay, we're waiting for you.
Giving your number, I'm sorry.
Because you're seated, we can't keep talking about the application when you leave the room.
You're on the timer, buddy.
Okay, now that he's back, can I ask
We were gonna text you and tell you to hurry up, but then we realized.
For the employee parking, that's full-time equivalents, right? For their regular full-time basis. When you calculate the parking requirements for employees,
You don't do that.
We
for-
don't do that. What we do is we just use the numbers in 6158, square footages.
I know
okay.
you don't like
We
to
have a
read this.
mixture here. The parking counts were going between employees and what's in the
It's
regulation.
6158, 6-158 subsection B that says we can waive the parking.
Giving us an extension on it.
We
Just
can
out of
what?
curiosity, are these full-time?
That we can
employees?
modify the
Yeah.
parking requirements.
Some of them
Right.
will not be. For example, the accountant is not full-time, the parts manager is not full-time, service manager
Salesman?
may or may not be.
The service, the
Sa-
salesman?
Salesman, having a staff of 3 is probably excessive.
A lot of these guys work, they're not in the showroom, they're working people out there.
Right. They're out meeting people in their homes, explaining
Well, I was trying to go.
why they want to buy this
Get your
car.
10 down to like 8, but it doesn't seem to matter because it's, the calculation is based on.
I'll provide more
We can reduce.
information on the,
Well, you might ask the owner, because he might have a bigger facility with more land and everything, and he's saying, this is what I need, because I want superior customer service. On the other hand, if you've got 5 bays, and you got 1 car per week, do you really need a parts manager full-time?
probably not.
No, but the
I know
thing
some of
is,
these
you gotta
sales guys,
kiss.
They don't like going to their office. They want to be other places. They want to be other places, so I don't know. I'm not sure that it matters, but it might somewhere down the road.
What I'll ask is how many employees at any given time would be the maximum number on site.
That kind of notion, yeah.
Mr. Hagney, two quick questions. Is this a factory authorized dealership?
Yes.
Oops.
Yeah. The design
Can't
book
buy these in the used car market.
is hundreds of pages as to what has to go in here. There's the,
Hot and cold running wine.
the.
Oh, gosh, another one of
The
these?
style. When we went to ARC, they were looking at other facilities. They didn't really like the windows that we had proposed initially, and they said, you really need to look at the one in Calgary, in Canada. And I said, there's a Lamborghini dealership in Calgary? Calgary?
Toro.
And
Toro.
the successful one. And so they were looking for us to more mimic that in terms of the design of the windows. We went back several times before we came up with the design that they liked. And one of the main issues that they had was having an entrance in the rear of the building that was something that would welcome people in and be a presence, and not just for the text to go into the service bays. And so that was one of the significant changes that we made to the facade in that area.
Just one quick question. Does this property owner or this dealership owner have any off-site service areas?
Not in this area, no.
Okay, thank you.
Can we go on the site plan?
Well, we're sort of,
We're leaving P of the zone open, right?
Yes, I've provided an extension.
Well,
Right. So
well, we haven't opened it up yet. I mean.
well, that's the question, are we going to?
Well, the thing is, all right, let me just see. Since the P zone is in the public hearing,
Right.
is it our intention not to make a decision on it tonight?
We can't.
They
He's
can't.
going to
You
come
left
back
it
with, he
open.
gave us an extension because he's going to move the driveway.
I have to make that correction on the driveway
So we're going to
entrance.
leave the
And
P
he's
zone
gonna-
open.
Yes.
All right, that's the end of the public hearing. Good
Yay!
night.
I was trying to get there 15 minutes ago.
Are you talking about the movement plan?
Yeah, we can talk about that now, going into site plan issues and so forth, because we've closed the public hearing, we've gotten the extension.
Yes.
Perfect,
So
okay.
It has
So
been
now we can go to
provided.
site plan and building.
And do we want to open them?
I don't, why not?
The,
Listen, we're on a roll of some kind. I'd like to have the next meeting be the last one on this.
that's,
So a couple of things.
that's my wish as well.
Okay. If we're looking at the landscape plan, is there no way that you can extend that parking area beyond the door into the detail room and create a parking space?
Yes, we can do that.
Let's do that.
Okay.
Then at least we've got one more space on the site it's a legitimate space.
Where is that?
Okay.
So put one up here.
Yeah.
And are we combining both site plans?
Well, right now, I think we almost have to talk about them both. So let's open, for the record, we're going to open,
300 West Putt.
we're going to open item number 12, which is the site plan for the parking lot. And we're going to open number 13, which is the site plan for the building on 300 West Putt. And we need extensions on all of those, because it says a must decide tonight, or the 11th.
I'm happy to provide those as well, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
So, since it's sort of a combined record on those, since we're going back and forth.
That's right,
we'll-
we've combined.
That's why I opened them up, and now we can do it. So we're going to gain a parking space back there. So let's,
Yeah, we're talking about this area right here.
no, going back further, go north,
Oh, here.
north. Yeah,
Well,
Matt's got it.
okay.
Well, as long as you get beyond the door, into the detail,
Yep.
just enough space to get a parking space. So that will be a legitimate space.
But does that affect your lot coverage?
Yeah,
Shorten the grass paved, extend
right.
the asphalt.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's what I thought.
Well, you could actually have
It would have an impact on our overall coverage, but we'll look at that.
Are you're
grass
using
paved counts in your coverage.
you're using the existing coverage as your benchmark and going backwards from that, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, just in talking about this, I think we went back and forth with ARC on the landscaping, and I think it's significant, because right now, there's a driveway on the east side, there's parking on the west side. There's no differentiation between the parking on the property and Oak Ridge Street's pavement.
Right.
And one of the things that ARC was looking to have us do is to create a specimen street tree.
Perfect.
In this area. We initially came in with shrubbery and landscaping on the edge of the building. They thought it was cleaner, given the style of the building, to just have this as lawn, and wanted us to put trees on the Oak Ridge side, most importantly, to have a sidewalk with a green, with green area between the sidewalk and the curb. And so, again...
Snow gets plowed up on it.
Right, and also, when you're walking along, particularly if you're walking along the post road, you don't have cars whizzing by. There's a 2-foot buffer between the curb and the sidewalk.
You've got that on both Post Road and Ice.
And we have that on both sides. And that was something that we spent a good deal of time going over with ARC.
Let me just talk a little bit about, I didn't realize that this back door was the entrance to the place. But I see how the curb comes in, and then you've got black 1x2 pavers there. It doesn't feel like a good entrance. The curb ought to go somewhere, because that black pavers go all the way around the service entrance. So it seems to me that ought to be highlighted more, and the curb ought to be a step up or something. It just doesn't work. If that's the entrance.
What they were looking for was we turned this into a glass door with a glass entrance.
Okay.
That drew the eye of anyone coming to the building, and then we recessed the door into the tech area so that it would not interfere with customers going into the showroom from the rear entrance.
But that's all, that part of it's internal.
That part's internal, this part, and the glass door and entrance is external.
Site plans coordinated with these changes?
Want the curb higher.
Well, no. The only thing I was thinking of is that since that black slate pavers is going around the service areas, it's kind of defining the service areas. It didn't seem right to have that where you want your entrance. I was thinking the change of materials would make more sense, but plus you've got a curb coming in there from the sidewalk.
And we were looking to have this as more of a landing entryway into the
That
building.
would make sense to have the curb go in front of it, the landing, as opposed to just take it into the building.
Yeah, you can certainly do that.
You just have to look at the ADA issues.
Well, I think ADA is going to have to come in through the front door.
I have to say that...
Because they can't go up the steps.
ARC really did like what we
Okay.
did here. We went back and forth with them.
Fine.
Yeah, and the second meeting, they wanted to know why I hadn't done enough to accentuate this entrance, and...
Fine. I understand doing it architecture, I just thought the materials on the ground should echo it, but okay. If they like it, then good. But the ARC for the handicap can't come in this door anyway because they're stairs.
Correct.
To get to
Yeah.
the elevator, you got to come in the front door.
Correct.
Was there any landscaping on the fence between McDonald's and, yeah?
No, we did go through that. They talked about whether there was an opportunity to have any more landscaping there. And we arrived at just putting the black open fence, the metal fence in that area.
Could you put a climbing vine on it or turn it into a green fence versus?
Well, they've got a wall, right?
They were looking at more of a clean look for the landscaping
No, I
as well
understand,
as,
but
you know, to match the
McDonald's is a
building.
clean look too, and I'm trying to.
To protect our building from McDonald's. We can certainly have
Because you
material
have to
growing
look
on
at
that.
them together. There isn't one, unfortunately, I've been in the McDonald's more than I should, but there isn't one piece of green on this whole side of the McDonald's building. So you take these two together, and it's an asphalt, it's well, maybe an asphalt desert. But the only trees McDonald's have is on the other side that, and so.
You really have been there a lot.
And that's why they wanted this as a significant street tree
When
here.
you notice that there's no green, that there's no trees. So we know he's been there recently.
Can we go back to the separation between the two parking areas? And what is that going to be? Is that going to be a
What
living?
was referred to as a living fence.
Okay, so that will be because partially you've got, right now in the current landscape plan, about a third of that is a planted area with a tree in it and some other things. The rest of it will then be the living fence, is that it, or?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so what is the distance between the two planted areas? 40 feet or something, 50 feet?
This is a 20-scale map. The revised plan that Matt had
1, 2,
done
3, 4, 5
comes out
parking
about to
spaces.
here.
It's
And
more-
we're probably looking at, 30 to 40 feet, yeah.
So the living fence is going to grow from either side to the center? Is that the
No, assume that
There would be a
planted in the ground.
planting
It had to-
bed.
You'd
1
have to
foot
put
wide.
so it's 1 foot wide.
And that just grows up.
It grows up
Go from the sides,
vertically
it just
rather
grows
It grows up.
than horizontally.
Get a few hot days and that thing's going to wither, possibly.
Well,
So just wondering about that. What material are you using? Is it a vine? Are you using ivy?
Probably be using English ivy, and it would have to be irrigated.
English ivy,
You
you
think
can't
the-
kill it.
But it didn't, whatever they did at Equinox.
I got
they
some in
did,
my yard you're going to have. It grows everywhere.
The green wall at Equinox was Manhattan unanimous, right? Does anybody remember?
And then you don't have to worry about fencing.
It was,
You can use wisteria that you can't kill.
Good idea.
yeah, I've been trying to kill my wisteria for
Bamboo.
years.
I say you got English ivy, you can't.
So that's the idea.
We don't want bamboo growing throughout the
No,
entire parking
no,
lot.
No bamboo.
I think the English ivy,
Even English ivy is an invasive, I think. that
you
we're not
at least can trim
I
it.
don't see parking lot lights on the front piece.
There aren't any.
There is none on,
Aren't
the
any.
only one that's there is, it's the tree right there.
There's
That's
one
it.
right there, one here, and one here.
But on the, yeah. And by the way, that was shown being located on the landscape plan in your parking space. You're just going to have to obviously move it out of that, and get it into the planted area. That's all.
Curious, are there any thoughts about ballards or anything to keep cars?
We
My
didn't
other
look at any
question,
further
why did we put
landscaping
them on the
or lighting.
residential side? Why didn't we put them on the
What?
We
lights?
put it here rather than here?
No, all.
Or
on
these
the-
two?
Yeah, those two, put them on the north side.
Well, because you got to balance the illumination of the lot.
No, because they don't have any on the north.
The luminaire on the pole probably has a house shield or can be provided with a house shield. So
I'm
if
sure.
they're on the south side of the parking lot, then the cutoff will be sharp to the property line and the throw will
It'll
be
be throw
across the,
north.
These are LED
Those
lights, right?
Yes.
yeah, like the streetlights that,
Say what?
They
Like
were
this-
so fun. The streetlights,
New
everybody's loving
streetlights,
so
yeah.
much.
85-yard throw.
Well, all I know is the LEDs at Greenwich High School.
Mhm.
Man, they're, compared to what was there before, it's like night and day.
Oh, my gosh.
They
I
really
know.
work.
What is in the
Anyway.
easement area?
This is part of pavement for McDonald's. So this actually is where their driveway comes in to go around the back.
So it's a taking?
It's an easement.
Oh, you gave them an easement?
Yeah. It's actually a long-standing easement. It's been there for decades.
So I guess we can't plan it, huh?
No, because they actually use that as
driveway.
part of their driveway.
Andy's going to check that.
We would, under the terms of the easement, we would not have the right to utilize that at all, even for planting.
Then you just plant a plant there.
Does anybody else have any other questions?
Just a real quick question.
Yep.
There's no lighting on the dealership side.
Just one.
No, it's all
And
on
that was
the P-zone.
represented at ARC. There's no lighting, light packs or anything on the building. So if I actually go out there, I'm going to see basically a dark site with lights on the inside showing.
One of the things that we did is provide a photometric plan, including the interior lights. And it meets the requirements of being no more than 0.5
I would suspect
at the
that
property
may-
line, but it does light up.
My
Yeah.
concern was
Quite a bit.
the rear of the building at your service bays and having the back portion of the building lit, back portion of the site lit from the building. And that's something if there's nothing represented, there's nothing planned, my concern would be actually, once it's built, actually something winds up on the facade, lighting that back. And I want to make sure that ARC understood that and that it's represented that there's nothing out there at all.
Well, every exit has to have an exterior light.
That's fine. That's a code. I'm talking about actually huge floodlights in the back parking lot that, they're bolted to the building that we didn't know about.
That was not what was part of our plan, not required by Lamborghini, and not presented to ARC.
Great, thank you.
Have we done enough?
I just wanted to ask a little bit more about this, the turning movements. Getting into the detail area seems like it's such a small scale that it doesn't look convincing at this small scale. Do you know how much room a car has as it's maneuvering through that alleyway, trying to get into the detail?
Actually, we went over this with the architect and with Mr. Liebman before we finalized the plan to file it with any of the town boards, and it does work.
Okay, how much space do you have on either side of the car? Just curious.
It's about 3 feet on either side, but remember that these, Larry Liebman, S.E. Minor, the detail bay and all of the vehicles, remember as we said before, get pushed in. They're not driving the vehicles in. So if it is about 3.5 feet on each side, and we talked with Lamborghini, which is a difficult conversation because of the language problem about what the actual turning radius is. The cars may be running, but they'll be in neutral, so that this way the power steering is working.
We have a little over 12 feet at the pinch point here. Also, the bay itself is wider.
Right.
So it's not a narrow door, an opening, so that you have the opportunity to swing in without it being restricted.
This is like a big jumbo jet being pulled in by a cart?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. You don't want to be putting miles on your car while it's at the dealer.
Even though we've closed it for the day, I didn't get a chance to tell you what I've said in the briefing meetings a couple of times, that what you submitted on these drawings for the P-zone are not representative of the P-zone.
The number one item I got from the briefing was exclude the P-zone map from the record because it conflicts with staff research. And when we commissioned these maps from the GIS office, I don't think they quite understood what we were looking for. And of course, you'll see that it includes not just the P-zone portion, but
I know, that's the problem.
the commercial portion associated with it.
It would have been helpful if you'd used the zoning maps that are in the business zone map atlas.
Yeah, they're more accurate.
They are much more accurate.
Yes.
Those go right to the property. So
Yes.
if you want those things in the record, that's what you should submit. But Katie and Pat, this thing they submitted, you're taking it back, right? You're removing it from the record?
What I will do is
Okay. Then
submit
substitute or something.
substitutes, amend it.
Amended, thank
I
you.
mean, yeah, it's the business, the business zone maps, I think is what the chairman was saying is probably the best, the.
We were looking to show all of the P
Well, that's
zones
good,
throughout
but the fact
town,
is-
but it doesn't really, it didn't get to where we wanted
I
to
think,
be.
Mr. Hagney, when you submit the new plan, if you just have a cover letter that explains what the purpose of that, of the existing one is and versus the proposed, that'll cover it.
Will do.
Does anybody else have anything else on this one? So we close it, we'll get the extension, we'll leave it open?
Yes.
I think
And-
the only thing you sort of owe us, and I'm not sure what, besides making those changes that we've talked about, is numbers we could, to help us with the numbers and description of the low volume kind of thing.
That would be very helpful if you'd write that up for us.
Yes.
I-
I'm still struggling how we would word it. I think we have to be very careful to be fair and apply, standards that are not biased against any, so if you've got some thoughts, because they've got other, and then it'll save you time, I think, next time. rather than
We'll
listen to us struggle.
propose conditions of approval that would include those kinds of.
Mr. Hagney, your experience with the dealerships actually may give you a purview in
That
terms of
was
the
what I-
nomenclature
Yeah, exactly.
of high volume, low volume, what they call it and how they call it. 'Cause I think actually it's interesting because actually we've seen the high volume Audi, so on and so forth. This is kind of a unique thing.
They're selling many more cars a month than we're looking at selling here a year.
I would think if you're only making 400 models of one car, the fact that you actually sell one in a year, it would be remarkable to me.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one item to vote on tonight,
Yep,
number 8,
yep.
the Shore property.
Coming up. And number 8. No, number 8 was J&J.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's number 9.
Hey, don't confuse.
No, I know.
It's like way
Okay, so this is.
Okay, so, I hereby move approval of this final site plan and special permit application. In so doing, the commission notes the Department of Public Works is okay with this going to permit, but requires that all issues be addressed prior to TCO or CO. IWWA issued a green sheet on April 13th. The ZEO had comments dated 5/9/18 regarding the retaining wall adjacent to the garage, and that comment has been addressed. Health Department approved a 6-bedroom septic November 16th, and applicant has represented that this is in fact a 5-bedroom residence. Conservation issued no comment as of May 7th, and applicant has confirmed that the space above the garage is not a bedroom. Any other outstanding staff and departmental comments should be addressed.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Good night.
Minutes,